Danfo offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danfo, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danfo, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danfo, Africa. To learn more, visit danfo.africa.
Peace, fam. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. If you have not bought my documentary, which I bootstrapped myself, please visit go to danfo.africa as well. You can go there and get it. You can go there and stream it from there as well. But go to documentary.searchforwho.com. Again, go to documentary.search. Shout out to Marie Shine, y'all. Hey, Marie, how you doing? Marie, we were just in Nigeria last week. Marie, your favorite country. I don't know if it's Nigeria or Sierra Leone, but you know, we was just there. Let me plug up real quick. Shout out to Marie Shaw, y'all. But make sure you go to, in fact, you could just go to, I'm not. And you're more than welcome to call in. If I was anti-FBA, I don't agree with, I wouldn't say I'm anti-FBA. I just don't agree with a lot of the rhetoric. And then also too, you know, FBA is somewhat turning into a mental asylum. What do I mean by that? The amount of people who are claiming to be Native American Indians now is just, it's laughable. But anyways, make sure you go to documentary.searchforhuru.com. Again, go to documentary.search for Uhuru. Oops, misspelled that. Uhuru.com. And buy the documentary, y'all. Again, go to documentary.searchforhuru.com and buy the documentary, you guys. All right, we got somebody from India in the house. See, we international over here, y'all. We are international. Yeah, hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. We are going to Zanzibar next month. We're going to Zanzibar. We're going to Kenya next month. And in November, we're doing Ghana, Ivory Coast, and Sierra Leone. So if you're interested in joining us on one of our excursions, please visit danfo, that's danfo.africa. Again, please visit danfo, that's danfo.africa to learn more And we'd love to host you on one of our many trips to the continent. I'm going to put the link in the chat room here shortly. But yeah, today's topic. I mean, listen, you got to give FBA credit. Hey, we talk about it. We talk about FBA here on this channel. FBA, I mean, they're staying relevant. They're in everybody's mouths. Pause. Everyone's talking about FBA. And I will say this. FBA is going to determine if the Democrats take the House and the Senate come October or November or whenever the election is. What do I mean? Those that consider themselves FBA, I will say they have enough sway or pull to sway the House and the Senate in either in the direction of the Democrats or the Republicans. Guys, you can't take FBA lightly. Yeah, you could say it's the internet movement, but hey, they've got FBA has gone mainstream. There we go. Or they're going mainstream. They can't be ignored. They are running one of the outside of Black Lives Matter. FBA is running one of the best media grassroots campaigns ever. And I would even say this. The difference between FBA and BLM is that FBA didn't have George Soros and all these white corporate sponsors. Nah, you can't say FBA is just a YouTube movement. You can't say that. Hey, I'll call it like I see it. Do I criticize FBA? Absolutely. But I'll call it like I see it. But again, you cannot call them a YouTube movement. Nah, you can't do that. In fact, hold on, let me pull this clip up real quick. GOAT trophy. Shout out to Elvis Morris. Thank you, Elvis. Let me pull this up real quick. Ryan Coogler. You guys remember this? Here we go.
Very interesting opportunity for me to do some research about my lineage, and I had that opportunity before with the Panther films, and in that situation, me being a foundational Black American, my family has been here, for over 400 years, essentially, in North America, but the Panther films allow me to travel back to the continent of Africa and spend time there and contemplate our distant ancestry as it relates to the continent, as it relates to the diaspora. This movie afforded me the opportunity to go back to my more recent lineage, 100 years or so, and go back to, the Mississippi, a state that I had never been to. I'm almost 40 years old, and my matrilineal grandfather.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
Congratulations. I just feel like you are living the dream.
He's become one of the hottest filmmakers in the business.
So yeah, you can't just relegate FBA to internet movement. All right, guys. But listen, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. If you guys want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. Again, link is in the chat room if you want to call in. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. Link is in the chat room. But yeah, we can no longer say that FBA is just an internet movement. It's not. Diners do not allow M or Africa on. No, this platform's for everybody. Go ahead, Dre.
All right. So as far as like FBA's relevance, I would like to give more of a breakdown as to how it gained its relevance from the beginning of the movement up until 2026. So the initial reason why FBA became more popular was because it was designed to kill the ADOS movement. Then it morphed into delineation and attacking Africans, and then that's how it kind of gained more popularity over time, is that it became more of a rage bait type of movement to keep everybody divided. So I think what it is that relevance in this context does not equal any type of tangibles or any type of political agenda. It only leads to popularity, and it only leads to reach pockets. My thing about this whole thing is that I don't see any type of political agenda that FBA has. The only thing they can really say is delineation. I mean, most of the time what you'll hear them say is that we're delineating, but nobody is actually putting forth legislation or even going to their legislators to get anything done on that. They're not forming super PACs. They're not doing anything like that. So it's like, just because Ryan Coogler and other people shouted out FBA, that does not mean that FBA has all this power that people think they have. To me, I just think that it's just really irrelevant in a way, because it's not anything that is anything that's important to us. I mean, shouting somebody out, that's fine and well, but that makes no sense to just basically just only go off of that one anecdotal situation of Ryan Coogler or other people or whatever. But I also would like to break down another thing in terms of like this FBA thing. The fact that they are trying to get people to make it seem like we are somehow, I guess all of us trying to make it seem like we're all like hateful towards black immigrants and stuff like that. That's the thing I disagree with them on. It's like, yeah, we can call them out when they say certain things that are wrong, say certain things that are hateful towards us. But I just feel like what they're doing is that they're doing it in a way to keep it divided, to keep us divided from other people, where we can actually build with other people. Let me see what's some other things. I feel like that this particular group has really tried to kill us politically. They have really tried to kill Black Americans politically and stuff. And who's tried
to kill Black Americans politically?
FBA. The FBA has really tried to kill Black Americans politically, because they're trying to convince people that that going to the Republican side is going to be so much better. And of course, I have my issues with the Democrats too. So if we want to break down things politically and say that, oh, the Democrats haven't done hardly anything for us, I mean, I can agree to some degree that Democrats haven't done much for us, but I will say that Republicans aren't doing much for us either. So why jump to that other side and act like that's just somehow the solution to the problem of FBA, quote unquote. And I noticed that even when we talk about ADOS, it always gets absorbed into FBA. And I don't feel like it's fair to ADOS for us to get absorbed into FBA. Even though we have the same lineage, we have two different ideologies. FBA, they want to just continue to just be divisive and use banter online. ADOS is actually doing grassroots work. So let's not sit here and conflate FBA with ADOS when it comes to the work that's being done. ADOS is grassroots. FBA is just an online group that just hate Africans and Caribbean people. And plus they try to cloak this Native American identity to try to get you to believe that, that we have some type of indigenous roots and things like that, when they can't prove it. Most of them are not even tied to any indigenous roots like that. And if they are, it's only 2% Native American that they even have. And most of the time, if they wear feathers and moccasins, they probably got it from Party City. So it's like, why the hell are we buying into the nonsense that they post online? I mean, I think at some point we need to dismantle FBA. I think we as a people, especially Black Americans, because all they're doing is just muddying the waters. All they're doing is trying to make it seem as if we should just continue this us versus them nonsense, and it's not getting us anywhere. I just feel like it's really not getting us anywhere. I also would kind of like break down the fact that, if you actually look at the beginning of how FBA started, I mean, it really started in 2019, and yet they have not gotten anything accomplished. I mean, think about the rally they had. The rally that they had, I heard that Congress wasn't even in session at that time. So they never talked to Congress people on that day. So people were just screaming reparations, but nobody talked to anybody, no legislators or anybody like that. And then too, when they had the FBA conference, I heard that a lot of people said it was no food at the FBA conference. I heard people said that it was cold inside of the building, and it was during the time of the pandemic. You know what I'm saying? Like he swept people up at a place where like it was during a time where it was the most dangerous time to be out. And at the same time, it said that it was going to start at 3:00, but it ended up starting around like 5 or 6 o'clock. So all he does is just grift. And then people think that, oh, okay, well, we should just take pride in this FBA thing. I'm like, Tariq is a joke. I don't understand why these people don't get it. But of course, when people are brainwashed by nonsense, they're going to continue to buy into it. They're going to continue. They're going to be convinced that, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just a hater. Just because I critique Tariq does not mean I'm a hater. I'm just calling out the BS that he puts out there. And people say, oh, let's not focus on Tariq. Let's just focus on FBA. Well, he was the creator of FBA. So, of course, it's going to be centered around Tariq because he was the one that created it. But he wants to absolve himself of responsibility or of accountability when people call him a leader. He is the leader. He's just trying to absolve himself or trying to squirm out of accountability. To try to make himself look like, okay, I don't want to be a part of this because once push come to shove or when shit hits the fan, then he's going to basically be liable for all the things that go wrong with the FBA movement. So a lot of people, these people have no structure. Like FBA has no structure. A leaderless movement. That's a red flag right there.
Hey, so 30 seconds. I gotta pass. 30 seconds. I gotta pass the mic.
All right. No organization. Nothing of that sort. So. To me, I just think that, all he's going to do is lead people into a burning building. And I also think that even with some of his rhetoric, he also goes straight to kind of leaning more towards Trump's side. Because if you even hear videos that he did with other people when he had debates with them, all he did was just basically jump the side of Trump and kind of, try to act like he wasn't, defending Trump or saying, oh, I'm neither side. But we know that he is MAGA leaning, and I think a lot of the times FBA is very MAGA coded. I'll go ahead and pass the mic.
All right, go ahead, M.
Thank you, sir. The previous caller spent the majority of his time bashing Tariq and deflecting and blaming Tariq Nasheed when the premise and what Dinah said in his monologue was about how FBA is the real deal and they're going to be the difference between who's going to win.
I never necessarily said the real deal.
You didn't say the real deal, but I interpreted it when you said they're going to be the determining factor and who win the midterms as far as Democrat, Republican is leaning towards FBA, and they cannot be denied or ignored. And the guy who was previously talking, he was on point when he mentioned ADOS. I don't think he mentioned the name Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore and Sandy Darity. Now they have more credibility than Tariq Nasheed because Pone Talks or Antonio Moore is an actual lawyer. What's her name? Yvette Carnell was an intellectual. She's like vastly superior to Tariq Nasheed when it comes to her intellectual capacity, also her charisma. She was clowning him for his Mink Slide movement. He went from Mink Slide to FBA because he saw what they was doing, eased up on him. And he kind of took the seriousness away from him because his movement is more on dissing and clowning tethers more so than organizing. You know, they have their rallies here and there, but as far as the reasoning behind why Yvette Carnell started the ADOS movement, it had a lot to do with the failures of Pan-Africanism and how it was one-sided, and we don't really have allies. The African people, every time we look up, they got billionaires on the news feeds, and Joe Biden gave them billions of dollars. Everybody's giving Africa billions of dollars, and now they want to take our reparations movement. And Africa don't really offer Black Americans anything but like a visit, or just looking at the slave dungeons, or looking at our past as far as being oppressed by them. You know, they reenact slave auctions or slave raids and stuff like that. Like, they can't see us beyond just 400 years ago in slavery. So Yvette Carnell was on point with her ADOS movement and saying we have a distinct lineage. And another guy came up with the idea of an ethnogenesis. It's really not Tariq Nasheed. There's so many people that add on like gumbo to the mix. So we see the combination of all of these ideas come together. And when the pandemic hit, we saw how the Hispanics was against the Black community. When we had the George Floyd, I ain't gonna call them riots, but protests, we just saw nobody's really looking out for our interests. And then we see how the I ain't gonna call them the tethers, but the melanated immigrants, when they get into positions of power, like a Byron Donalds or the guy from Westmore, they are against our interests as far as reparations or giving us any type of tangible.
The majority of Black FBA politicians are against reparations. So that's just saying, that argument is just saying.
What I'm saying is, like Sheila Jackson Lee, before she died, most of the Black immigrants, when they got into positions of power, they aligned themselves with white ideology. Even Barack Obama was the straw that broke the camel's back, because we thought he was a Black American before we even delineated.
The whole politics argument is just, we got to move on from that, because Black FBA politicians ain't moving the needle with no reparations.
You can't say that about Adam Clayton Powell or before the Civil Rights move, before the Civil Rights Act was passed. The Black politicians, all of them was on point, getting our interests pushed in front of Congress or gets bills signed in our interest, until we got the Civil Rights Act passed. And then we saw a drastic decline. They just kind of forgot about us. They kind of bunched us together with all of these different minorities. We lost our position as, Black, white, and separate but equal. We kind of drastically lost a lot of power. What I'm saying, as far as these politicians who are having immigrant backgrounds, Barack Obama was the main one, because we got behind him, made him president, and he totally defecated on Black people. He was saying we should be better fathers. He's basically on this soapbox talking down to us. So he really awakened most Black people. We couldn't believe that he went 8 years, a so-called Black president, went 8 years and gave us not one policy to benefit Black people at all. So I think that kind of started the ADOS movement. But Tariq Nasheed, he was doing this Mink Slad thing. He had a R&B group, and then he eased up on Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, because they was getting a lot of traction. And then he came up with FBA. But he's
I got 30 seconds. Got to pass the mic.
Yeah, he's not as serious or intellectual as a Yvette Carnell. He just on the internet every day with his tropes or his caricatures of the African people and just dissing them all day. He's not really organizing.
All right, let me pass the mic. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah. So, Dynas, what we have going on is the intellectual dullards of the Black community have formed tribes for themselves, and they are in a war of stupidity, right? Because you got one dude talking about, well, Tariq Nasheed, this is Leandre, Tariq Nasheed, this, that, and the third. He doesn't realize that Tariq Nasheed literally did a photocarbon copy of the ADOS movement. So everything that he accuses Tariq of doing, Yvette is literally doing the same thing in the ADOS movement. Tariq is grifting under the banner of FBA. Yvette is grifting under the banner of ADOS. He literally got all his moves from her, right? So he can't see it when it's his grifter, his sacred cow, but he can see it when it's somebody else's sacred cow. Now you got him, he's just a lie, he's just a dishonest person. Everything he says comes out of his mouth is a lie. Adam Clayton Powell, mama was African, you know what I'm saying? Mixed with a white man, with a white. That's why Adam Clayton Powell looked like a white man if you look at a picture of him. So he'll sit up and tether the immigrants and all this stuff. Yet the person he loves, literally, go look up his early life. His parents were of mixed African and European lineage. That settles that whole like delineation thing. But the reality is, FBA is a lie. They tell you it's about lineage, right, Dinus? Then they try to say, well,
Hey, yeah, Brandon, you're right. You're right. His parents are of mixed race with African and European ancestry.
Oh, I know I'm right, baby.
And according to his father, American Indian on his mother's side. Oh boy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I do my research.
They and their parents were classified as mulatto.
And if you see his picture, he looked like. If you look, hey, bro, don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. Shut your mouth. Shut your cotton picking mouth. All right. Look, hey, if you look at a picture of Adam Clayton Powell, he looked more white than he looked black. You wouldn't even know he was black if you saw him.
He was looking for the interest of black people.
He's just as much a cracker as he is an African. That's what it changed for you. So there you go. If it's all about lineage, he's double condemned, European and African. Shut up.
He did more for black people than Barack Obama.
No, I don't like Barack Obama, but I do believe Barack Obama did do something very good for black people, but black people ignored it. When Barack Obama showed absolute proof that the influx of illegal immigrants, illegal Hispanic immigrants, had a negative impact on black Americans. That was something we could have took to the bank and used as a political weapon to help us make progress. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, dude. And make progress. All these years later, black people is fighting for the same illegal immigrants to be let into the country that Barack Obama warned you about. Did government studies to prove it disproportionately affected you in a negative way? You might say he did DACA, but we know you're a dullard because he also deported the most illegal immigrants in history. So he did DACA, but he removed millions of people who were in direct competition with black Americans. So he really did you a favor. But you're so ignorant. So you're so ignorant. Yeah, that's right. You so ignorant, you don't even understand. Obama did a lot for you. We were just so politically ignorant, we didn't know how to take advantage of it. But the point I'm making is this, Dinus. These people are talking about delineation.
This dude defending Obama
These people talking about lineage, Dinus. If you say black people vote 90% Democrat and FBA is based on lineage, that means FBA is voting 90% Democrat. So that cancels Leandre's ignorant argument talking about, FBA is leaning MAGA. Impossible. 90% of FBA is voting Democrat. Leandre doesn't even understand that the Democrat Party is never going to do nothing for black people. But black people are already voting overwhelmingly for the party he wants them to vote for. But since nothing's happening, he's blaming a small percentage of black people.
I never said vote Democrat.
He's blaming a few black people who vote Republican, right? For why the Democrats are not doing that for them. At the end of the day, black people need to vote with their pocket. Stop with the stupidity of delineation, because it ain't even enough of us here to delineate from anything. Black people just on the internet trying to bully other black people because they're scared of whites and Hispanics and they're afraid to be canceled. And my last point is this. FBA is a cowardly movement. We've chosen an enemy that's weaker than us because we know if we start going after Hispanics and whites on the internet, we will get obliterated. So we just chose a smaller group to punch down on, and they just so happen to look like us. And we'll say, it's not xenophobia, it's not racism, it's not hate when we talk trash and treat them like crap. But then if they sell us into slavery, we'll say, oh yeah, it's hatred. Xenophobia is jealousy. We're literally, it's just rules for thee, but not for me. That's how black people operate. We are the most entitled group of people on earth who think that it's everyone else's responsibility to take care of us and make decisions that benefit us, even if it's against their own best interest. And that's just not the way the world works. Like my granny said, it's going to tell on you before you tell on it. And it is telling on black folks. And we mad about it. It's like body cams. We demanded that the police wear body cams. All the body cams did at the end of the day was expose how ignorant we get on a traffic stop. So all this stuff is backfiring on black folks because we not like the 5 heartbeats, right? You remember they said, if you ain't gonna do it right, then don't do it at all. Black people still trying to do it, but they don't want to do it right. And so we shouldn't do it at all.
Let me pass the mic. Go ahead, Skywalker.
Okay, greetings to the panel. I want to start off, I don't have my Amos Wilson book up with me today. I wish I could read something from that. But I will say that the FBA movement is, like I say, it's an effect. It's an effect. Only a movement like that could only prevail in an environment where the people who is misleading have been subjected to a messed up curriculum, right? Have not learned anything about themselves. I always go back to Amos Wilson because I am a student of Amos Wilson. He talks about the Pavlov experiment, right? And he says that one of the problems of Black psychology students is that when they view the Pavlov experiment, and the Pavlov experiment, if you're not familiar with it, Pavlov was a Russian behavioral scientist, and he got a dog, and he pretty much, would ring a bell and give the dog some meat sauce. And he did it several times, such that it got to the point to where all he had to do was ring the bell. And once he rung the bell, the dog would salivate as if a steak was in front of him. So what occurred right there is that Pavlov was able to create an abnormal pattern of conduct in the dog. I mean, and what I mean is that there's nowhere in the world where we could find a dog. You can walk up on a pit bull, ring a bell, and it starts to salivate as if a steak is in front of it, right? And Amos Wilson said that the problem with Black students is that they view this experiment as if they are the scientist, right? Because what made the dog do what it do is the power relationship between the dog and the scientist, such that the dog is being dominated by the scientist. The scientist has been able to control the dog's environment, and in controlling the dog's environment has been able to produce abnormal patterns of conduct in the dog, right? Now, if we go by Amos Wilson's view, and we view this experiment from the perspective of the dog, or if we view B.F. Skinner's experiment, who used rats, if we view it from the perspective of the rat instead of the perspective of the scientist, what we will find is that that's exactly what's going on here, right? A third party is controlling the environment of Black people, and in controlling this environment, they have been able to produce abnormal patterns of conduct in Black people, such that we got Black men walking around with wigs and dresses on. We got Black men out here murdering and knocking each other noodles out in the streets. We got Black men out here arguing whether or not they are African. When every other race seems to agree on it, right? We can't agree on whether or not we African. I walk up to a Chinese person, they gonna think I'm an African, right? Walk up to an Arab, they gonna think I'm an African. Walk up to a damn Indian, they gonna think I'm a damn African, right? The only people who seem to have a problem and have developed this great debate as to their identity are these African Americans, right? I mean, because like I say, black people on the continent ain't arguing about whether or not they're Africans. Caribbeans ain't arguing about whether or not they're Africans. It just seems to be African Americans that seems to have this great ordeal as to whether or not they stem from Africa, right? You know, and so we have to go to the cause to even begin to talk about this, right? Someone has controlled your environment so much that you got people who've developed tribes under these, you know, erroneous and mythological doctrines. You know, you got the Hebrews who believe that they are fictional characters in a book. Like my son might believe he's Peter Parker sometimes, right? You got the FBA people who've latched on to the Choctaw and the Cherokee, yet they don't speak their language, right? Still wasn't able to grasp on to any of their values, don't cook none of their food, right? You know what I mean? So, you know, it gets to the point to where, so these movements, they either have to be fabricated, and these people have to work for some type of, hypersensitive secret organization or something like that, or the CIA or something like that, because the links that they go through to try to, justify their unsupported claims, it's just ridiculous, right? Like anyone who is reasonable, anyone who is knowledgeable of their history, and has read shit, just the destruction of black civilization, right? Or any kind of history book, would know that you don't even got to read history book. You can just look at reality. Go look at the Indians and then look at yourself. Go look at the Nigerians and then look at yourself, right? Hey, right? So, sometimes I think that this debate is, like I say it all the time, it's just there to interrupt the dialogue on what we ought to really be talking about, and which is the ideology, and the only ideology that has ever served as a true threat to European interests and imperial colonial interests, and that is Pan-Africanism. I don't care if you want to say it's nationalistic Pan-Africanism, or you want to say it's social Pan-Africanism. I don't care how you put it. Or I just like African Pan-Africanism. However we choose to unite, I'm cool with. I hate putting ourselves under these white doctrines, because I really feel like that goes
30 seconds.
Okay.
Pass the mic.
Okay, but I feel like that's contrary to Pan-Africanism. But that's my point, y'all. We waste our time. Huh? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, I'm done.
FBA Seattle, Sankofa, go ahead.
I just wanted to come on and say I'm glad that you realized that foundational Black Americans was here to stay, regardless of who likes it, don't like it, however they feel about it. People's feelings don't mean anything. It doesn't really mean anything how you feel. Bottom line is, foundational Black Americans, we're here to stay, and that's just what it is. So everybody who don't like it, get comfortable in being upset. And most of you, it doesn't even affect you because you're not one. You're not a foundational Black American. You're not an African American. You're not a Black American. Conversation doesn't even concern you. So why even have an opinion? Why work yourself up for something that doesn't concern you? Don't do that. Peace and love.
All right, go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Dinus. Hello to you on the panel and the chat. Just a quick thing that I saw yesterday, which bothered me. Maya Angelou, she's somebody I admire, and I really felt and still feel as though she's a strong Black woman, and she really advocated for Black people. Did you know she was married to 2 different white men?
Yeah, well, you gotta understand, Elvis, all these like Black feminists during that time, they were either lesbians or married to white men.
That's crazy. I never knew that, and that really took me for a ride. But on the topic, right? You're right. FBA is here to stay, like the brother said, and it's good. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You want to reclassify yourself, like some people do. They reinvent themselves, but be honest with yourself. You have a population of 45 million, pure quote unquote FBAs. What percentage of that population you know, identifies themselves with FBA rather than African American or Black American. So why is a niche, movement that has a sizable following, it is not the majority. It hasn't taken over, the psyche of the majority of African Americans in this country. So it's not something that is going to change how many Black people identify themselves. But then again, you want to get to the crux of it, right? It was about reparation. That was the main reasons, Tariq said he was trying to classify himself or classify people of, slavery in that manner because it distinguished them from, newly come immigrants. That when they're getting that check, those people would be, excluded. So then when you look at that on the face, they're fine. That's fair enough. The things that Africans like myself and others have an issue with is the demagoguing, of Africans, otherizing Africans. Like the other brother was saying, he was trying to allude to it. Even their parents, people make this argument all the time. That appearance is a big factor that Africans don't look like quote unquote FBAs. And it's weird. It just gets funny. But I was looking at Meek Mill, right, the rapper. I don't know his background. I'm guessing he's an African American. But I looked at him and I said, I know a lot of people in my community that look like Meek Mill, right? And he's black. Even you, Dynas, nobody would tell you that you're not African American. You have your father, your mother. I'm sure they have a history in this country. You can go to Senegal, you go to these Mende countries, you look Mende. You have the height, you have the complexion, you have the fiscal, the physique to be a Mende person. But I think what people get confused is when you have a lot of admixture in African Americans, they think that that's how their ancestors came into this country. And that's an inherent look that they have because they have some white blood and they have a lighter, shade complexion and their hair is a bit curlier or a bit more straight than an African on the continent. So it's funny to me. But honestly, I think the one insulting thing that I saw about this movement that I'm glad Tariq and them moved away from is people identifying themselves and tying their lineage to slavery, which I thought was absurd because slavery is a condition. It's not a lineage. To say that you descend from American chattel slavery is crazy. Because slavery is only a temporary condition that some people are in for 5 years. 100 years, or a group of people are in for 100 years, but it's not a lineage that you come from. You don't come from a lineage of slaves. You came from enslaved people who were in temporary slavery, and now you're free. So I personally think that the hatred that FBA spew against Africans and Caribbeans, especially Caribbeans, is baffling to me because you're closer to the Caribbeans, than the Africans, so to speak. But you included them in your bigotry and your hatred, which makes no sense because a lot of your popular, artists and people who contributed to your. Hold on, let me finish 1 second. People who contributed to your culture have some Caribbean ancestry, and when you exclude those people, you're taking away a very valuable part of your culture. So for me, I don't understand it, but you're right, Dynas. I'll just end here by saying FBA is here to stay. They've made a name for themselves, but in the grand scheme of things, they're a niche group, meaning that they're very small. They cater to a very small population, as compared to the whole population. But thank you, Dynas.
Yeah, I would say this. Since Yvette Parnell, hold on. Since Yvette,
Elvis had just waited for me to talk, bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, Elvis, I wanted to add on to what you were saying. I'm sorry for interrupting you as well. I wanted to add on to what you were saying because you mentioned something about the ADOs, right? You know what I'm saying that they claim to be descendants of slaves, which is crazy. So you're saying that you're a descendant of a condition, which is that's insane. And but the person who named themselves that was a lesbian, was a mulatto lesbian. Right. So these people are being led by a mulatto lesbian. And what's even more crazy, he called her intellectual. I'm gonna be real with you. I just can't consider you an intellectual if you're also
mean, just because
Hold on. Listen to me, bro.
Amos Wilson don't mean you want to intellectual.
I can't consider you to be an intellectual if you're also a homosexual. I mean, that literally means to me.
I knew this was going to happen.
You know what I'm saying?
He's trying to discredit. You're trying to discredit Yvette because of
anyway,
her.
like I was saying,
You're trying to discredit
I don't
her.
have any evidence she's a lesbian.
It's silly, bro.
She
It's
is,
silly.
but he's trying to discredit her with that. That's what he's trying to do.
But as far as your babble about Yvette Carnell, I will say this as far as Elvis. The reason she's not here, I wish Dinus would have her on the show, invite her on the show. But since she's not here, the reason she linked it to slavery was because that's the justice claim, that's the crime that reparations is based on. So she's saying if your lineage don't have that crime done to them, you shouldn't be eligible, regardless of how much melanin you have. That was a whole delineation, because these people didn't suffer American chattel slavery. So why should they get any of the benefits that came from any of the restitution from that crime?
It wasn't had nothing to do with saying that we're proud of you.
Zimbabwe went through slavery. What the fuck are
Slavery
you
is a
talking
crime
about?
against humanity. If it wasn't done to Africans,
it's about
why
the
should
harm
they
that was
get
done.
any of the reparations? Why should they get any of the reparations if their lineage didn't suffer it?
All people endure colonialism and imperialism.
I mean, colonialism happened in Africa.
Colonization is not the same thing as the institution of slavery. It's not the same thing.
Exactly.
It's not the same. So we cannot compare those two.
I'm not talking about colonization. There was actual chattel slavery, black people in chains on the continent. You should read your history, brother.
That's not our lineage. Our lineage is American.
But that's not our lineage. Our lineage is mainly here.
Your lineage is being black. Your lineage is what the others see you as.
See, the Africans have
being black is very broad. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Y'all are very dishonest or disingenuous when we have these conversations, because you always like to flatten everything. The reason why we had to be specific is due to the fact that if we were to just call ourselves African, everybody would attach to it. So that's the reason why we said either ADOS or FBA, because we needed to have a distinction. Jamaicans, everybody distinguishes themselves. Jamaicans distinguish themselves. Nigerians, everybody distinguishes themselves.
That is a theory. You don't know. You haven't. That's not scientifically proven. You don't know that's true. You're assuming that.
What do you mean? I don't know it's true. What do you mean? I don't know it's true.
Oh, when you just said if you just said you just said
y'all don't want to identify with being American because of the things that happened to us. I understand that, but that doesn't mean we should romanticize Africa, because Africa was the very continent that sold us off. Why the fuck would I want to sit here and try to say that I'm African, knowing that they were the ones that sold us the fuck off of the damn continent?
Well, in that same token, you identify yourself as an American. And those people enslaved your ancestors for 400 years.
I've never been over there. How the hell am I going to identify with something I've never been?
Say that, but don't make the point that you can't identify yourself because they sold you, but you identify yourself with the people who enslaved you.
I don't identify with the people who enslaved me either.
You're American. Are you not American?
But that doesn't mean I have to be tied to whiteness. I don't have to be tied to white Americanness. See, the fact that you're saying that American has to automatically be white.
You are inherently tied to whiteness. You benefit from that infrastructure. You probably most likely work for a white person. You benefit from white people every day. Your life is surrounded by whiteness.
You cannot sit here and tell me that
you're integrated by whiteness.
Elvis is the biggest hypocrite.
We're just as American as anybody else. You can't sit here and tell me that it's tied to just white people. See, that's the thing that is the matter with all you Pan-Africanists, is that y'all always are trying to sit there and trying to make us feel bad for.
Bro, you just had the guts to attack Africa, right? Why don't you have that same guts to attack the whites? You don't want to be attached to Africa because of slavery. You don't have that same smoke and not try to attach yourself to white former slave masters.
Call yourself Liberian if the Liberians enslaved
bro, be quiet. I'm not engaging with you. I'm not going to engage with you.
European nationality. Nigerian is not an African name. Liberian is not an African name.
We got people on the panel, and I'm not going to be on all night. Go ahead, CD.
Hey, Dennis. Hi, everybody, man. So, yeah, I agree with Arvis. One thing he mentioned is very, very important, right? So African American, the FBA don't have to exclude the Caribbean because they have a very good relationship with African American history. For we the African, you can exclude, or we cool with that, right? But if you look at the Caribbean, especially hip hop, that most of you guys boast of, if you look at people like Busta Rhymes, people like Biggie Small, people like Wycliffe Jean, these are all
Jay-Z.
Caribbeans, right? And if you go as far as excluding Caribbean, I think that's the general somehow. I mean, for we the African, it's been no value for African to attach themselves to FBA, you know, and that even add more value to us for the fact that, and most of these guys, they are just high school dropout. And I think one thing that Em and I can agree on is that the reason why FBAs are not advancing is because is they don't have that type of intellectual that can really push them forward, right? And that's a very important point because if you hear the head of FBA saying that, well, what is African Beyonce? That's how low some of these guys think. It's almost like when I say, where is FBA or Burna Boy? Or where is FBA Davido? These type of people don't even come into African achievement when we talk about people achieving in Africa. We're not going to mention about entertainers, right? Musicians, right? Because there are certain African tribes, when you are a singer, they don't even attach no value to you, no matter how successful you are, right? Like for my tribe right now, I don't know if Average is familiar with that, but we have people with certain last name that sing in the Mandingo tribe. So no matter how successful they are, the other Mandingo will not be proud of them because that's what they do. They go out and praise people and sing for people. So that's how low we look at them, right? Which of course to me is unjust somehow. Therefore, the Jabate, when someone has a last name of Jabate, we know the all about music. But no matter how
Like that. Like,
successful,
let me just say that quickly. Like the famous Sonia Jabate from Gambia.
right?
She's very
Exactly, or Umu Jabate, or
Mhm.
someone like, or this guy from Sikuba Bamido Jabate. All these guys will last in Jabate. We call them Jeli. Is they sing for people to give them money. So, but somebody are successful financially, but we're not proud of them. We don't identify ourselves them. But they just go out to sing for people. But when I see FBA them, you know, taking proud of people like Beyonce, Jay-Z, that's how low some of these people are, right? There are a lot of African Americans that have achieved successfully that make impact to the society of the African American culture that they can mention without mentioning about people that sing, right? People that rap, right? So that's how low some of these people think. So if you hear Terry Nasheed talking about where's African Beyonce, could you imagine how low? It's almost like when I say where's America Burna Boy, we don't even mention, right? So that's how low some of these people think,
Burner Boy
right?
is far beneath a
Right. So
Beyonce.
so I'm just setting example. I'm not making comparison. I'm
Beyonce is
not
a
going to
damn
mention someone.
devil. Beyonce is
I'm
a
not going
damn
to mention
devil.
someone like Beyonce or Burna Boy in my intellectual forum. I will boast of someone that brought a lot of achievement to Africa, right? Someone like Dagonte, right? Creating more job, making impact in people's life. But someone that sing for entertainment. Entertainment never carry black people anywhere, right? We have done it for
Speaking of
years.
Beyonce, quickly here.
The blues got us out of
There's a
slavery. What you
video
talking about?
circulating. 1 second. There's a video circulating on X of a 19-year-old Beyonce sitting on the lap of some Jewish, record producer on the phone with Michael Jackson, and she's all laid up on that guy, grinding on him in the video because she's giddy about talking to Michael Jackson. It's on X. Go look it up. So she was probably groomed in the industry. So when you're
Right.
proud of Beyonce, just realize that. Go look at that video. I'm telling you,
So,
Dottie can
so
maybe pull it
Elder,
Right.
up.
So
why do y'all call yourselves
don't cut
Liberians
me. This is my
if
time to talk.
we
So
oppressed you? Why do you claim Liberia?
You didn't oppress anything. Your ancestors stayed in
The
Mississippi
black
and Arkansas.
Americans oppressed you. Why do you claim Liberia?
There was no black Americans in Liberia.
please, I would prefer some of the FBAs
Yeah,
coming on
y'all descend from us.
and be proud of people like Danis
No,
that
there was no
making
black
impact
Americans
to
there.
that
Please.
make an
They
impact in the
started Liberia.
society.
Why did they
No?
call y'all Americo-Liberians? Why did they call a certain group over there
So please,
Americo-Liberians?
They founded it,
this is my
and
turn
these
to talk,
savages stole
please.
it from them.
Yeah, so don't
Please.
sit here and say that there's no connection there, because I'm like, obviously the American colonial society was a part of colonizing Liberia, but y'all praise that. But when we say
Right.
we're American, why do you all of a sudden say that
Y'all
that's
just
something
Well,
wrong?
I'm making a technical point, right? The
Yeah,
people that left
Liberia is
America.
American.
1 second, please. The people that left America wasn't American. They didn't have citizenship. They were Negroes. They were black men who left
The
this country
original name of
and
America was
formed
the
a country.
copper-colored people found by the Europeans.
So that Harvest is giving history right now. You always come and make that false
Liberia
claim.
is a name that you
None of these
adopted
people
from
were
your
claiming American
oppressors.
identity.
Liberia
That's
is
the
not an
first thing.
African name. That's probably more likely a Spanish name or something like that. But it's not. It has no origin in Africa.
They got a Louisiana in Liberia. They got a Louisiana in there. So what about
So
that?
what? Is Louisiana African American made? Is it
It's
from African American mind?
It's American.
Right.
The
So what are you
colonization can
saying?
cause that. It doesn't necessarily mean that because
Y'all hypocrites.
we have a
Won't y'all give up the
Louisiana,
name
it means just
Liberia?
African American.
Jamaica is also not an African name for a nation, but still Jamaicans represent Jamaica, or they rep Jamaica. So how come y'all don't give them that same smoke y'all give us when it comes to?
What are you talking about?
Jamaicans are not FBAs. Jamaicans don't play this FBA nonsense game. We know we Africans.
No, but
we know we Africans. We don't play that nonsense game.
This is my turn to talk. This guy,
let Chidi finish, please.
Let me finish. So the thing is, y'all go and disclaim someone the biggest small one of the
Very
biggest rapper
repetitive.
ever
You keep talking
is
about Biggie
Jamaican,
Small and
right?
Beyonce. That's all you keep saying.
Biggie Small is Jamaican,
Tupac Mada is Jamaican too.
Busta Rhymes is Jamaican.
It's not.
So where you guys going to put Biggie Small? Right, so
as a matter of fact,
the
Caribbean mother is Jamaican.
The Caribbeans were the ones who differentiated themselves from us.
We don't want
no relationship with
us.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
We know black. We need no black. I'm Jamaican. Me no black. I'm Haitian.
We the African. We don't want.
Y'all don't
any
no black.
That's a lie. No Jamaican said me no black. Never.
Me no black.
That never happened. That's a lie.
But the first thing y'all talk about is y'all are rooted in Jamaica.
I think you're conflating the Dominicans. The Dominicans are the ones that said me no black, me Dominican.
But how come y'all don't say anything about them as much as y'all say things about Black Americans?
I've not heard anybody being proud of being Jamaican. Jamaicans are even more identified as
they even rep their flags, like even online.
I would tell
online they even
every
have
Jamaican that I've met. So, but you guys, you're for us. We the African, we cool. But at least
you're not
you guys
African.
should,
There's no country called Africa.
Sympathize with the Jamaicans.
Your country is called Liberia.
Huge part
they
of
rep their Jamaican flag
culture.
though, but y'all don't have any issue with that.
They are huge part of Africa. Even this guy, or what they call Marvin Gaye, or one of these guys.
Marvin Gaye.
No, I mean one of these famous Jamaicans. Louis Farrakhan. Where is he from? Louis Farrakhan is Caribbean. So where you going to put
from the
Louis
Virgin
Farrakhan?
Islands, I think.
Where you going to put Louis Farrakhan? So
Farrakhan ain't
guys,
done nothing.
you forget about we the African. We don't, but you at least just try to have some respect for the Jamaican. I mean for the Caribbean.
We don't have to respect anybody in our country. You respect us in our country.
No, but
you don't have to respect us.
You don't have country. This is a white man country.
I got a serious question, guys. Let me ask I got a serious question. I got a serious question for Seattle, right? Let me ask Seattle the question. So what does that respect looks like for the Africans to show you respect? What does it look like, Seattle?
Pay us some money and give us some land in Africa.
Okay. All right.
Let me talk now, okay? First to begin, Caribbean people, we respect Africans. That's why we working with Africans right now.
Respect the country that you live in.
To the Caribbean.
You don't live in Africa.
Hold on, we're working on planes coming to Caribbean, and we're working with Africans, we're working with trips. That's why the UN is crying now, saying the Caribbean should not work with Africa, with the planes come in and we traveling and we sharing our resources. The UN is crying right now. So we know we are Africans. We don't run around here and say we Caribbean FBA. We not the people who sold us died. Our ancestors died. Now we're making amends and we're moving on. This nonsense with this FBA and it's nonsense. The people who sold us died. They die. They move on. They go on.
Call
What
out
we gonna
lineage
do?
nonsense.
We're gonna no. I'm serious. What we gonna do?
Where you gonna
You're
put
trying to
Lauren Hill?
minimize.
Your
You're
lineage
trying to
is
minimize
nonsense.
the
What are we
damage
going to
that
do?
we
No,
done.
the people died.
came from
Your
Jamaica.
ancestors built America.
Terracom
You didn't
is
build America,
nonsense.
M. You didn't build no goddamn America, M.
Terracom is
You only
nonsense.
build America. Your ancestors built America. Your
The
ancestors
African
know you.
Union,
But they're
Your
the
still a
ancestors
part
African
of
know there
us.
was
Union is nonsense.
We're descendants of those people, so you can't sit here and say
No,
that
no, no,
we're
no,
not a
no, no,
part
no,
of
no,
it.
no, no, no.
Did not build anything in
Those
America.
people was
They
not
shit in
saying.
America.
Those people was not saying they're Indians and all the nonsense y'all saying. Those
No,
people
I
know they was
I
Africans.
You
Those
Indian.
people know
nonsense.
they was Africans. So that's a
Don't
lie.
call us
That's a
nonsense.
lie.
I don't
My father
subscribe
is
to that. I
American.
don't subscribe to
He
the whole
is
This
thing
dude is
he's
living in our
saying he's
country
African.
calling us nonsense.
Yeah,
That is
Why you in our
nonsense.
country? Go back to the
It's not
Caribbean if it's so good.
it's nonsense.
What you doing over here?
you
Our
don't have
dollar
no
is so
I can be
country.
nonsense.
here.
You
I
don't
can be
have no
here.
country.
Go back to
Hey,
Africa.
and what makes America your country and not mine?
Because you born in so-called Liberia.
What
You
does it
ain't from
mean?
here.
How does somebody become an
He's a
American?
freeloader.
How does somebody become an American?
You can't be American.
How does
Only the
somebody
women, only
become
the
an
women,
American?
Show me one
only your
city that
women
is
could
being
come
run
and
for
marry a
black
black
people in
man.
America. Show me
How does
one
somebody
city.
become an
Liberian man, you
American?
will always be a Liberian. You will never be
How
one of
does
us.
somebody become an American?
You can't be one. You could be a
Okay, there we go.
They're becoming here and trolling, man. You know how much
Right, that's what I say. This guy has no IQ. That's why I can't conversate with him.
You know how much
He wants to
Africans
talk to me,
have
but
in the
I
Caribbean?
can't give him that privilege.
You know how much Africans
guy,
have in the
he
Caribbean right now?
criticizes black Americans for claiming America. Yeah, he's claiming Liberia
No,
who oppressed his people.
I made a point. The brother said he
America
can't claim
oppressed us.
Africa.
Okay, we American. Why you
The
claiming
brother said he
Liberia?
can't claim
Who
Africa because
oppressed
of
you?
slavery, but he probably claimed
You said
America
that
even though
Liberians were
he
put
was
in
his
slavery
ancestor was
by
enslaved there.
Americans. So why you claiming Liberia? People that enslave your people.
Nobody enslaved our
But
people.
why you
said
claiming
when we
America?
went to Liberia, we
Never
enslaved.
said that.
America enslaved your
Never
people
said
too. America
But I'm-
enslaved your people too. Then
I'm
American
not
whites enslave
arguing
our
that
people.
point. I'm arguing the fact that he said we shouldn't claim America because we was
That's
oppressed
not what
by
I
America.
said. I was
but you
just
claiming a
showing the
country that
hypocrisy.
oppressed your people.
No, I was showing the
claiming Liberia.
hypocrisy of the
If
brother.
Jamaica is so free or whatever, then how come y'all can't get on certain islands on the island? How come y'all are restricted to go on certain I think beaches or places like that within Jamaica?
Because
How come is that?
because the white devil, man, always
Yeah,
comes
you see
there.
what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
see what
no,
I'm saying,
no,
though?
that's a fact.
So
That's a fact.
it's not just black people who own Jamaica.
Yeah.
It's probably the British, most
But
likely.
we don't fight. But listen, dog, we don't fight our African brothers. We don't fight people like how you guys do. We don't say go back to your country and all that. We don't do that
Your
nonsense.
posses and
That's
your
nonsense.
Zopounds over here fighting
But on the
us.
continent, they do. On the continent, they do that
You
to each
guys
other.
fight the
These
Zopounds. You
Caribbeans
guys
coming
went
to
to the
America.
Zopounds.
Can I
Am, you
speak
lying?
now?
Am, you lying?
We
You guys
starting
who went
gangs
to the
and fighting
Zopounds
on us in our own
territory.
country.
You got what?
Guys, we got to pass the mic. There's a brother on the panel who's trying to speak. Let him speak, please.
No, but I didn't even learn. You guys took
Thank
me
you.
off. You know, I didn't
Nah,
even
come on,
speak.
CD. You spoke enough, brother. Let's pass the
Thank
mic.
you, Dinus. Thank you. And
No, that's not dying.
peace,
It's just me. Go ahead.
and peace to you. I want to say this. What I am hearing while I'm listening to this conversation is stuff that got us in trouble while we were in Africa. You know, tribalism. It's the 21st century, and all I am hearing on this panel is tribalism. And I will ask, why are people trying to move backwards? I think that sometimes us black people have a problem with moving backwards and trying to hold on to something that's already
It's
dead and
called
gone.
Sankofa. You gotta look back in order to move forward.
I don't need anything from you until I am finished, brother. Why are we trying to practice tribalism when that's what got us in this mess in the first place?
Thank you.
See, when I don't know how many business owners there are on this app or this page, but anyone who started a business know you had better keep certain individuals out of your business, out of your establishment, because when you started, you may have great intentions for it, but then the N-words come along and they mess your whole movement up because they don't really know what it's for, what it's about. They don't have the tact and the education to push your movement how you would actually want it pushed forward. They'll turn it into gang banging. They'll turn it into tribal warfare. So perhaps ADOS and FBA may have decent intentions, but then the N-words get a hold of it and they turn it into gang banging. That's not what ADOS and FBA for, gang banging on Africans and Caribbeans all day, every day. That's what N-words do, who will tear your business down.
Thank you.
So I don't have any problem with, per se, with FBA, ADOS. Let's delineate. My problem is, how long does it take, brother? All it takes is saying, look, we are our own ethnicity. That's it. It's done. It's done. We don't have to keep harping on it 5, 6, 7, 10 years. I can ask any of these Africans or Caribbeans on here, do you recognize that we are our own ethnicity here? They're gonna say yeah. They're gonna say yes. They're gonna say we've been known that you're your own ethnicity. They're gonna say, you know, congratulations. We established our own ethnicity 100, 200, 300 years ago. Y'all are late to the party, but clap, clap, clap. Congratulations, you're your own ethnicity now. How long does it take to delineate? That's why when you go to a FBA meeting, a FBA chat, they're not talking about nothing except musky this, go home that, dirty this, crap hole country that. Because it only took us saying, look, we're our own ethnicity. That's all it is. Everyone recognizes that. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that, brothers on the panel. Who doesn't know that we're not our own ethnicity? I mean, goodness gracious. Y'all just want to gangbang. Y'all are
an apologist.
Y'all are the brothers.
You sound like you're making excuses for the
Y'all
people
are
that
the brothers.
Have some respect for your FBA brother, please. Have some respect. You even have no respect for your FBA brother, man. Have some respect, Let the guy finish.
Y'all
What the brother said.
Who mess up people, movements, who mess up people.
You see, we're developing a common enemy.
Go smoke
We're getting on one accord because we're rallying against our enemy.
These
who are these melanated immigrants.
I want to say something, right?
We're getting these melanated immigrants in order so we can get them up out of here.
So African Americans are tribal. They're tribalistic. And I say this with deep thought and profound understanding. The reason they can't met out their tribalism is because they don't have the power to do so. Now, in Africa, for example, you might have a ethnic group who has the presidency, and they have power where they can show their preference for their tribe. If FBAs or African American have power where they're the government, you will see that tribalism. It's almost inherent within all black people. When they say we're not tribal, it's just not true. You don't have the power to exhibit your tribalism.
Let me say this last thing. Let me say this last thing.
Give me 10 seconds. I'll pass the mic back. Let me just say my thought.
Fight this government.
So what you said about the gang banging
right now.
is insightful, right?
Government.
That's no different than what happened
is insightful because
y'all are just trying to call us out because
there's a popular FBA guy called Out for Something, right?
The United States.
That guy is a quintessential gangbanger, and he didn't do it like they're claiming their set. It's like claiming your set to be FBA, and anybody from the other side is F them, and you don't mess with them.
That's no different than what goes on over there on the continent.
Ideology. But I pass the mic back to you, bro.
But this guy is so blind because we have to fight this government. This government is our oppressor. How you talking about if we don't have our own government? We had a government in Liberia, and we can see what y'all savages did to that government.
For Mr. Habitual Complainer.
But we had to fight the United States for you to be able to enjoy this.
Let the brother speak, man.
My last point is, I just heard someone say that we want to get these foreigners up out of here. Forget them. First of all, this isn't our house. We are renting a room here. We are renting a room.
This is our country, bro.
This is our country.
We're getting these
We
We getting these
nothing.
melanated
So
Africans
why
up out
should
of here,
those
and
people
then we
come
go get
here
these
and
Europeans up
ask
out of here.
anything of us? We don't
We gonna
run
get these
nothing here.
Europeans out of here
I
too. They
don't
foreigners
go
too.
into some. I don't rent a room in a house and go and ask
Where
someone
your
else
house in Africa at?
rent a
Tell me
room
where your
something.
African house at. Where your house in Africa?
I don't go into
What you got in
and
Africa?
I don't go and ask the damn
What you got in
cashier
Africa?
for damn something.
Tell me what you got in
I
Africa.
ask the damn CEO, the manager.
What land you got in
We
Africa?
need to shut the hell up.
What
We don't
land do you
own
got in Africa? You got
nothing
nothing
here.
in Africa.
My point
Nothing.
is we don't own nothing here
You don't
either.
own
We
nothing
don't
in
run
Africa.
nothing. We don't
That's
run
a fact.
nothing
That's
here.
a
You don't
fact.
own
So
nothing in
Because we
we
Africa.
don't
can't
run
hold no
anything in that way,
one
does not
to
mean that
no
we're not a part
standard.
of
You don't
America.
own
We
nothing
need
in
to shut
Africa.
the hell up because we don't move
You don't
nothing
own
here.
nothing in Africa. If it wasn't for Dr. King,
Nor
none
here.
of these Africans would be here getting
Nor
nothing. You wouldn't have
here.
no job in here. You wouldn't have nothing
Nor
here. If
here.
it wasn't for
We
us
don't
fighting this
talk to the
government.
cashier.
So,
You
so
go
are
and
you trying to
talk to
We
the
have
overlook
to
the fact that
fight
our
this
manager.
people built
government.
this nation?
And the manager is the white folk
This
here.
coon
So
is
hey,
just apologist for
no,
these
no, no,
I
no,
Africans,
hear
no.
man.
I hear people
This is
saying in the comment that
realism. This is
the FBA
realism.
have power. Look, it's
This
one of the
coon
most
just apologized, and that's all he's
one of the
doing.
most pathetic thing that I've seen with the FBA do. They come and say, "We wrote a letter to Trump.
Listen, man, you a
We
Liberian, man.
wrote a
Go
letter to
back to
Trump.
Liberia, man.
Trump is going to do this. Trump is going to do that." It
Go
shows
back
that you
to
have no
Liberia.
power. Everything that you want to do against the Africans,
Listen,
you got to
man.
talk to the white men and beg the white men
And they're gonna do our
to
bidding.
try
They're
to
gonna do our bidding.
discipline the
And they're gonna
Africans for
do
you.
what we want them to do
And you
and get
have
y'all
no
up out the
power.
paint.
The
But
FBA
You have no
know that we
power.
fighting them.
Are you
You
acting like
said
that
we
they
fighting
don't
them though.
dismantle power over there on the
Right.
continent? I
Influence is
mean,
the biggest form of
FBA
power.
I'm
does
telling
have no
you,
respect. The FBA
you
has no
have to
respect
beg your oppressors
for their own
to
people.
try to met out punishment on the people you think are your enemies.
Exactly.
Listen, man.
Just think about that.
Look, the lady
Listen, man.
talking
Y'all
about
gonna get up
Tasha
out
K.
this country, man.
Tasha
You
Y'all
K.
have
ain't
to
giving
go
us. Y'all ain't
beg
gave us
massa
nothing.
Hold
to
on.
punish the people you
You ain't
think are
gave
your
us
Hold on.
perceived
nothing in
Listen to this
enemies.
Africa.
lady asking about Tasha K. Tasha K husband is African. That's why the FBA went at Tasha K and she called them the KKK. Tasha K called the FBA the KKK. She should never apologize because they are
Don
the damn.
Cohn don't know
Because
nothing about the KKK for even saying something like
Tasha
that.
K
no, I think that's
called
the
the
Tasha K is
FBA.
black
They don't
American.
know
I'm
nothing
sure she
about
knows
our
about the
history.
KKK.
Because she said y'all acting just like the KKK and she apologized. She should not apologize because she's 100% right. And Tasha K, big up yourself anywhere you at. You are 100% right. The FBAs is acting like some damn KKKs. They're acting silly against their own brothers. I'm waiting to see the white man come out and say, I don't want these white Polish people here, these white German people here, these white Switzerland people. I want to see that because it's only these dummies, these black FBA dummies are coming up here talking these nonsense, okay? On their own brother, when the white man is controlling America, the Indians have the delis, the Chinese have the Chinese stores and everything, but somehow the black man that look like you is a problem. Y'all sound like some fools, okay? And this FBA thing, it's gonna be over by next year.
Hey, but Liko, let me ask you, right? And again, I want to be respectful to my African American friends. Look, can an African American fire you from your job right now?
No, I don't work for no
Hell no.
African American. No.
If you
I've
work in
never
a
been
government job, can
I've
the
never been
FBA go to
interviewed.
the government office and tell you, fire this African, I don't want him in here?
Hell
No.
I've never been interviewed by black men in America before, or white men. Or white people on everything. And first of all, show me one city that is run by black people in America that are doing well.
None.
They burn down everything and they run back to white men to build them
None.
out.
And look at the black
so
cities.
y'all don't act like, so
Look
y'all
at
don't
our
run to the
black-
white man,
No,
so
but
y'all
look at the black
have
cities
your
in
own power?
America. The black cities in America is run down. They're killing each other. They're killing their brothers. They shooting
Oh,
their
so you
brothers.
act like
Are
in
you
other countries
serious?
they don't do that? You act like in Jamaica, in the
No.
Jamaican slums, they
No,
don't kill each
no,
other?
But what-
You act
no.
like in
what I'm saying-
Liberia, they don't
hold
kill each
on.
other? You act like in
Yes.
Nigeria, they don't kill each other?
Yes, it
No.
have that. It have that. But what I'm saying is, y'all want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
rule-
y'all are hypocritical because y'all just want to only
that's not
highlight
hypocritical.
that on
What
us
I'm saying-
and trying to
what I'm
paint us
saying
out
is-
to be the villains, but y'all do the same
The
shit
point
in
that
your
I'm
own
making,
country.
brother, is you
Let me
have
finish.
no
What
tangible
I'm
power
saying
to
is-
met out punishment against the Africans.
Exactly. The Caribbean still got power. We could try.
Yes, sir.
Y'all don't have no power, but y'all
Yes,
want to.
Y'all are owned by the British. Y'all are owned by the British. How the hell y'all got power? The
They
British
have-
colonized
they-
y'all motherfucking asses.
They have their own police force. They have their own prime minister.
Yeah, but a lot of those countries are very dirt
They're
poor.
running
A
it.
lot of
You're
those
not
damn
running
countries
this.
that
You're
are
not
black
running.
run are very dirt poor.
In
And they're
your
running
communities,
they're running
even in the black
institutions.
community. Bro, somebody Somebody got to mute, man. It's disturbing the show. Even in the blackest communities in America, the police forces there, the people that patrol you and met up punishment against you, the majority white. There are white people who live 3 counties away from the black communities and they're still serving as peace officers in your communities, right? When you go to most of the mayors in these places are white. You know, when you go to the post office, the people there, they're mostly white. All of the real power, the people that had the infrastructure power in this country, they're white. And even in black communities, they're white.
Okay, Ives, one of the example is recently, they tried to boycott a Target, right? So now Jay-Z went and signed a deal with Target, right? And they started going after Jay-Z. Why Jay-Z said that you can't boycott this business? Why you can't boycott or Google? Why you can't boycott Meta? Because these are people that's doing the same thing that Target is doing. We can't able to boycott anything. That means you don't own shit. If Jay-Z can come on and say we don't own anything, we can't afford to boycott all of these businesses. We have no options, right? But in Africa, we run shit. Jamaica, in Caribbean, black people run things. That's why you see the success level of black immigrant, because they have seen the successful part of black people, so they think we
But
can
why do
run
y'all come
things.
here
And
to
then
the
we
United
come to make
States?
Let me say this. I'm not
Why
saying
y'all
this to
come
be
here then?
disrespectful to
Whenever
black
y'all done,
Americans,
I
right?
want to
I'm not
speak.
saying this to disparage black America. I'm saying this as a matter of fact, right? It's a matter of fact, and it's not to disparage you. Most of you know it. But what baffles me is that when you say things, I see the women, especially the women, right? Because the women do this thing, and black men, they say this about their women, and being a liberal, sometimes I push back on it. But they say that the black women, they love to run to white daddy. And that's what a lot of these FBA women do. They make statements. Somebody came on this platform and said, well, that's why we wrote a letter to Trump. We can't wait when Trump take action against these immigrants. So the very people you talk about oppressing you, Trump said literally, maybe about 8 months ago, that black people, not even black people, but America should pay white people reparations for the civil rights movement.
Yep.
Because it cost white people a lot of damage, financial damage.
I
He
don't agree
said
with that.
Well, yeah,
I don't
I
agree
hope
with
you
that.
heard it. Maybe perhaps you heard it. You heard it
But
on
Trump
news.
said that. Trump said that.
Right.
That's a fact.
So then your women run to these people for refuge or to seek validation and to complain about Africans so they can punish us.
Men,
But you guys will say that you don't live on a white supremacy. You definitely
Let me interject. Let me interject. I'm sorry. I don't want to be disrespectful. I've been here for a while.
brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Dynas? This is CJ. Thank you for having me on the panel. Now, I just want to kind of get on the topic. I was going to tie into some of the stuff y'all are saying. I don't want to be long-winded. Yeah, they're staying relevant. The FBA movement is staying relevant. And the reason why it's staying relevant is because of the rage bait, meme style way that they're going about things. And what's even happened is that you even had the Aborigines, the Abo, they jumped on it too because they see the wave. So what's happening is as it started growing, you've seen people starting to grift. Even people that have black immigrant backgrounds that are jumping on the grift. I brought up before, Dennis Sperling is part Jamaican. He has a child with a Jamaican woman. He also has a Dominican wife. He actually lives in the same, like literally a town over from where I live right now. He's over here in the Houston area. You also got George Macon. He's also, I think, Caribbean as well. In fact, it was exposed on a live stream when he was confronted about it. He was running with the FBA movement. At one point, Lord Jamar was running with the FBA movement until he realized that his grandfather was Guyanese, or no, from Grenada. You can look it up. So you have a lot of people that are jumping on it because it's an algorithm wave. This is the reason why the FBA movement can't be sustained, because what happens is in the age of social media with algorithms at play, people will jump on it and they will begin to cannibalize it. Another thing is that the FBA identity is not really solidified. It's a lot of flip-flopping and switching on who is and who isn't FBA. So Westmore can be called a tether, an immigrant, a black immigrant, because he has one parent that is from the Caribbean. His other is actually from here. Then you could still at the same time go and claim Nipsey Hussle and say Nipsey Hussle's FBA because you think he's cool. Same thing they did with Beyonce. Beyonce's father is Bahamian. He's a Bahamian American. He was born and raised in the US. Yes.
Yes.
And you know how I know this? Listen. You know how I know this? I grew up with Beyonce. Literally.
Yep.
My younger sister is close friends with her sister. Not only that, Solange's baby father, the one she had with the son with back in the early 2000s, that was my friend in high school. He went to the same high school as me, Fort Bend, Austin, and then transferred over to Houston Madison and played football with Vince Young back in 2001. So I had Bahamian friends too. And I know Bahamian people, like I even know some of the surnames that are common among the Bahamian. Knowles is one of them. Darling is another one. So you got people that are claiming someone is an FBA goddess, woman as Beyonce.
So you're telling me the biggest female artist in the last 50 years for African American is not even a FBA?
No, it's Caribbean.
Her dad is Bahamian. You could look up just go to YouTube, type in Matthew
Even
Knowles
the Nicki
Bahamas.
Minaj that the FBA,
No, they don't claim her. They don't claim. No, they already know she's Trinidadian.
Right? But I'm saying all the popular musicians. But that's why I say I don't get it when they went after the Caribbeans.
Well, Aaliyah's dad is Jamaican. You can look this up. Aaliyah's dad is Jamaican.
Lauryn Hill, all her children are Jamaicans. So what do you say about that?
Let's talk about the ethnic going with the black immigrant, because I like that you brought up Lauryn Hill, right? She had a kid with Marley, right? The Marley son. Now peep this, right? Earlier today, an FBA guy who promotes FBA on his channel, he actually today, I was listening to his live stream while I was at work on break. He said that people shouldn't get on them about dating black immigrants or immigrant women, that it shouldn't be a problem. But wait, you're so super duper promoting FBA, but you don't want to let go. You don't want to let go of black immigrant women. You don't want to let go of that. So this is really why I tell you, you cannot sustain such a movement if you cannot stay away from the same people you're trying to delineate from. You claim you're delineating, but you want to get with a Dominican woman.
I need you to clarify this, right? Because somebody is swearing up and down her daddy is FBA, but for real, are you saying he's really, Bahamian?
Go on YouTube right now, type in Matthew Knowles Bahamas.
Yes, he is Bahamian. Yes,
he's Bahamian. I just check it out. It.
Oh my
put some
gosh,
respect
bro.
on the Caribbean. You put some respect on the Caribbean.
Aaliyah's dad is Jamaican.
Caribbean. All from the Caribbean.
The second biggest singer in the last 30 years. I mean, that was newer. Of course you have Janet Jackson, but you're talking about Aaliyah. Aaliyah would have been if Leah didn't die, Beyonce doesn't even rise up to the level that she became, because Aaliyah was the one who was the number one as far as from the black R&B singers.
And she has Jamaican ancestry too. I never knew any of those.
Yeah, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's dad is Jamaican. Wow. Like all kind of people that's like.
How about Louis Farrakhan? All these people.
Yeah, Louis Farrakhan mom is from St. Kitts. Dad is Jamaican. So it starts getting funny, because the thing about it is, like I said, if you're gonna do, listen, I have no problem. Listen, I have my own belief system, right? And I'm not gonna impose it on everybody else. But I'm gonna say this: if you have an identity, that you want to keep solidified, you have to have consistency. You cannot have this jump. You can't be, if you want to, or if you're okay with someone being called FBA despite them having a black immigrant parent, then you need to be consistent with that. You can't accept Nipsey Hussle, throw away Bam Adebayo. Like Bam Adebayo was called Tether all over social media because he beat Kobe Bryant's scoring record. And his dad was from Nigeria. His mom is Black American from here. His dad and his mom split when he was like 7 months old. So he didn't even grow up with his dad, yet they were calling him Tether. All over social media.
Because that blood matters, right? That's the whole thing.
But they accept Nipsey Hussle
in the culture.
But they accept Nipsey Hussle. Tariq is the guy who's the one who decides who is and who isn't FBA.
Nipsey Hussle from Eritrean, right? He's a
Yes, his mom is Black American.
Yeah,
his mom is Black American, but they accept him because what it is that when you can't.
The FBA guy just ran away. He gone because he knows he's in the trouble.
Man, I'm still shocked. Beyonce. Oh, wait, somebody got to mute. I think Baba Liko or somebody have to mute. I'm shocked Beyonce father is Bahamian because in Africa, Black people in general, you are what your father is, right? Mm-hmm. So if you go by your father lineage, her father is Bahamian. That means the Bahamas can claim Beyonce. That's crazy. I never knew that.
Yeah. So I mean that's one of the problems too. You can't if they wanted to keep the movement as static as possible, the best way to do it is to go the route of more of an intellectual play, like. It's funny she used the term KKK, Tasha K. David Duke wasn't even as belligerent as a Tariq. David Duke was actually trying to clean up the image of the KKK. That's why he was able to run for governor in Louisiana. Even though he lost, he damn near won. But he wasn't trolling when he was out there campaigning. So you can't troll and be taken seriously.
Well, these are a bunch of high school dropout, man. They have no brain to analyze things like that. It's sad.
If you're students, if you're a student of separatist movements are very serious. Some of these separatist movements are political. Some of them are regional. Some of them are ethnic based. Some of them are language based. Right. But you don't go into the trolling aspect. At that point, you're really not serious.
Somebody, hold on, brother. Let me say this, right? And I'm reading the comment because I'm shocked. I'm quiet because I'm shocked. I couldn't believe it. But somebody is saying something that I think is profoundly untrue because we listen to Tariq. He's saying that any FBA blood makes you an FBA, which is exactly the opposite. What they say, because if somebody's father is an African American, if that other parent is an immigrant, they say that they're not FBA. So to say that somebody who has
they pick and choose, bro. It's optional. Listen, whenever somebody is not, it has one has one immigrant parent or recent immigrant parent, it becomes an optional situation. This is the reason why they would throw away a Roland Martin. Roland Martin is only 1/4 Haitian. He has one full-blooded Haitian grandparent. All his other 3 grandparents are so-called what you would call Black American. And they still call him a tether, a non-FBA tether.
The Caribbean is very mixed up in America. That's what a lot of Americans they don't know their own history. The Caribbean is very mixed up in America. My grandfather is 96. He's from Bahamas. He said he was in the military in the days where they used to segregate. And he's from Bahamas.
I'm calling Power.
Yeah, he's Jamaican. Colin Powell is Jamaican.
Yeah. So this is what you have to respect the Caribbean, man. They
I don't know why they included the Caribbean in this nonsense because they're so interwoven and intertwined with the Caribbeans.
The Caribbean do not want to be involved in that. We don't want to be involved in separatism. That's enough. We don't want to be involved in that.
Listen, man.
Separatism.
Listen,
our Africans are our brothers. The hell with that separatism.
If you look at the 4 horsemen of FBA movement, the 4 top creators. They're all dating. They all dated or marrying out. Even Tariq Nasheed's woman,
it's Haitian, right? Her black side is Haitian.
There's rumors that her dad is Haitian because they would go to Haiti often before this whole FBA thing was going on. They had pictures in Haiti all the time. A few times it was down there in Haiti with his mother-in-law. So, but even if not, Tariq is on record as saying back in 10 years ago that if you're going to be with a Black woman, get you a foreign Black woman or get you one that has a non-Black mother.
I agree
a non-Black mother. He said that.
I agree.
So,
O'Shea Jackson, one of the biggest YouTuber, he is saying FBA. He be going on record promoting the FBA. And I'm a big O'Shea Jackson fan. But O'Shea, you in Africa, you love African women. You've been completely saying that you cannot deal with the American woman and the attitude. So what are we doing here? This is an oxymoron. This is a joke.
But this is the same guy that said that Black women in America are producing ghetto kids, and they're killing people around. Go back to also do Jackson video and saying
Yeah,
and dissing black women.
he
Same
has a
thing that you say
video.
about black women. But
What-
now that
yeah.
that is not making money for them anymore. They have to jump into FBA and
Yes,
start making money. It's
yes,
a
FBA
money
is
grab.
FBA is
Yeah,
like a
just
wave in the
grifters.
ocean for a surfer. It's like the big kahuna. It's a wave in the ocean for a surfer, bro.
yes.
When you see that wave coming, you know when the surfers is on the beach and they see them waves going up pretty high, they want to catch up on that wave. So that's what he saw. That's why they pivoted. Dennis Sperling wasn't on this. He pivoted. Dennis Sperling is with a Dominican woman. He was talking about how he can't deal with black women in America. He was telling them, he had whole live streams for years telling dudes to go and get you if you want to get a black woman, get you a foreign black woman. Go to the DR, go to Colombia.
Do you also know Phil, who have 1 million subscribers?
Yeah, Phil Scott. He's one of the 4 horsemen. He's with a Mexican woman.
Right, he's a Mexican, but have Mexican children. So so they're hypocrites, man. These guys are hypocrites.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the biggest guys that are pushing the FBA, the guys with the biggest platform, the guys that got the most wave, not like these new guys like Afro Elite or whatever. He pivoted too, and he probably listen. Let me tell you something. If you're out in these cities, Atlanta, Miami, Houston, DC, New York, these guys know when they're out there. I'm keeping it all the way real. The women from immigrant backgrounds are the better looking black woman. You meet a chick from Ghana, she's in good shape, she's skinny, she's more feminine. I'm just keeping it real.
I mean, come on, man.
Listen, bro. On average, bro. Listen, man. This is just true. Listen, this is the truth. If you go out and about, and I'm saying this, if you're unbiased, if you look up Tariq Nasheed's Instagram, he follows a lot of black immigrant women. I be seeing his stuff pop up like Tariq Nasheed like this, and then you'll see you'll go to a chick's thing and you'll see followed by Tariq, and the girl's like Dominican, or she's Ghanaian, or she's Nigerian, or she's Haitian, or she's this, and these are like model chicks. You know what I'm saying? If you look at a lot of these chicks that are like, look at all these celebrities that they're bragging about. If you brag about a celebrity,
did you know that Nia Long, that all the black men lost after, she's Caribbean?
Yes, Trinidadian.
Yes, Trinidadian, yes.
That's crazy. I never knew that, and she's very beautiful.
And most of these people were following Kevin Samuel to people like also do Jackson. He were on a team with Kevin Samuel, dating black women, talking all kind of things about black women, and that's why he ran to Africa. Do you think the women that he get in Uganda, you ever get that in America? Hell no. Would that have big nose?
And it's not that there's not. I'm saying not that there's not beautiful black American women. We're not saying that. I'm just saying on average. I know this because I've been around the country. I got relatives that live all over. My siblings literally live in different coasts. I travel. I'm in my 40s. I've been around to different places. I know what I see, and guess what? These FBA guys, they also like them too. They prefer them too. That's why I said the guy today, he said they should still be allowed to talk to black immigrant women. Yeah, because you're not turning down these other women. You're not. You guys want a Ruby Rose. Okay?
Is Ruby Rose Caribbean too?
No, she's Eritrean or Ethiopian, one of the two. You know
who is the immigrant? I want to see a pure black American.
If you see who these rappers are dating and some of these females are dating, they're dating. If you look at it, most of them are with a person that either has one or two parents that are recent immigrant background. I'm telling you, bro.
This other rapper from Atlanta, he moved with his wife in Gabon. I think his wife from
Ludacris.
Ludacris.
Yeah, Ludacris married to a Gabonese, right? That's crazy.
Yeah. Ludacris. Even Cameron.
Yeah, Jay-Z have a child with a Trinidadian woman.
Who Cameron married to? Because
Cameron used to date this chick that's like a black Cuban chick that he used to date for a long time, but they broke up. Joe Budden.
Tracy, right? Tracy from Jim Jones. I think she's Jamaican, right? Chrissy, what's her name? Chrissy?
Yeah. Jim Jones, Caribbean. But Jim Jones is part Puerto Rican.
Right. So I'm saying Chrissy's from where? She's from like.
I forgot. But if you look up a lot of these people that these people promote, I'm telling you. What does that mean? It means that socially, there's no delineation. Because people are not going out of their way to say, I don't want to talk to this woman or that man. They're not doing it in real life. So the movement can't even work because your next generation is already half immigrant background. Just like these 4 horsemen guys. Just like Tariq. Tariq's, he's trying to, he's saying that she's not, but hey, she's part Jewish. But, if you're white, if you have a white parent, it doesn't even make you a tether at all. You can't you can't be a tether if you have a white parent. That's what I've seen. So you can't really, like, these guys that are some of these people that are in the chat, they know what I'm saying is real. Unless you're out in like Jackson, Mississippi,
Okay, I gotta push back.
where there's not a lot of black immigrants, you won't see what I'm talking about.
Brother. I gotta push back on you, right? Because I did the research and I was baffled. So I guess what Beyonce's father was saying that he thinks his lineage goes back to the Bahamas because
he already confirmed it. If you go another video, he goes to the Bahamas and he talks about his cousins that he met down there.
No, but I think it's from ancestry. It's not like he have a direct.
No. Go to there's another video where he goes down to the Bahamas and they greet him and he talks about his cousins in the Bahamas that he met. Because it's just like me, right? I'm born and raised here. My parents are from Nigeria. There's cousins I'd never met. If I have kids, they're gonna not know them if they don't reach back. So that can happen within a generation. This even happens with people that are Jamaican descent that was born in the 70s and 60s here, where they don't even really know their cousins out in, Kingston or, whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like wherever part of Jamaica that their family's from, because they never went back. So if you go through the other videos, you'll see where he talks about his cousins that he met down there.
Oh, Ashanti from Dominica. I didn't even know that.
Well, a lot of these people from New York.
Man, stop it, man. What the hell? Who are the popular African American that's purely African American, bro?
A lot of I'll agree. Houston and Louisiana have some of the best women. I'll agree as far as the best looking women.
I read that the Jackson 5 were carrying Liberian passport.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah. So that's the thing. You can't. If you start looking up some of these people's backgrounds, it just gets real. It gets real funny. And then who's with who? Like these rappers, these rappers and singers, they're dating other people from immigrant backgrounds. Just like Carrie Hilson was with Serge Ibaka. You know what I'm saying? Just like all these women were swooning and wanted to be the wife of Idris Elba and Damson Idris. Like it's not like these women don't want these men, and vice versa.
Michael B. Jordan better not be some kind of Caribbean or something.
No, I don't think he is, but he's from Jersey, so he might be.
Man. That's crazy. I never knew that.
Yeah, see, someone put in the chat. Yeah, facts. Dennis Sperling's biological daddy is Jamaican.
Who's that person? I've never heard about that person. Who's Dennis Sperling?
He's like
a red pill guy in the manosphere.
No, he was a manosphere guy. He was actually connected with Kevin Samuels. He was connected with Kevin Samuels with the whole dating thing. In fact, he met his wife through a Facebook group that Kevin Samuels set up. That's how he met the Dominican woman that he's married to now.
You even know Jay-Z is another Jamaican too. I began all the Brooklyn rappers. All the Brooklyn rappers in this large Jamaican.
Pop who the young kids love. The rest in peace to him. He was Panamanian. So I mean, come on, man. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean,
so stupid, man. They shot themselves in the foot with the Caribbean. You can get, like you said, CD, get rid of the Africans. Yeah, we know what we
African.
The Caribbeans, they're intertwined with you guys like a mother.
We cool with that, but like you take the Jamaican out of it. I mean, they have deep history in this place, man.
Now peep this. Someone just put Jay-Z's FBA. Now watch this, right? If you go back to Tariq Nasheed's
he really know his father. We wouldn't know his.
No, hold on. Let's listen to this brother real quick. I'll see.
When Tariq Nasheed, when Jay-Z signed that deal, the halftime deal, Super Bowl deal with the NFL, Tariq Nasheed did a stream and started accusing Jay-Z of being Caribbean tethered. Like, I think he's Caribbean. A lot of them guys from New York.
Well, it's been proven a long time. Jay-Z has at least one Caribbean parents. Is that not proven? I knew that.
I don't know about that, but I know like Mike Tyson is his dad is Jamaican. he's from Brooklyn too.
Yeah, but the thing, obviously, Jay-Z on his mom, we know. Yeah,
He just knows
nobody know his dad, but I think his mom, nobody, because she's gay. So whatever it is, I think he has a Jamaican mom. I mean, Jamaican dad.
I mean,
think
there's
so.
a lot of Jamaicans that move.
Yeah.
I mean, Caribbeans have been in New York
Especially that's South Brooklyn.
for over
Oh,
100
man.
years. I mean, Caribbeans have been in
And
New
he's
York.
he's a big fan of the famous, I think it's Haitian, painter Basquiat. I think that's why he did the wig, because Basquiat had the wig.
Basquiat, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
Caribbean's
so-
been out here a while. Yeah.
Yeah, Haitians have been in the U.S. for over 100 years. You can look this up. Go to like if you look up the Haitian W. Du Bois. W. Du Bois is Haitian. He was one of the most prominent black people in America over 100 years ago. He's Haitian.
Wow.
You can look it up. W. Du Bois. Haitians was
Man,
in
so
Boston.
the Caribbeans
a bunch of Haitians was in Boston. Haitians was in Boston before they really started going to New York. Later, it was later they started going to New York.
I mean, you probably know this guy, Prince Hall. What do you hear about Prince Hall?
Oh, he's Well, they set up. They had the Prince. They had the Mason.
Yeah,
the Masonic lodges, and they said that they couldn't. The white Mason said that he can't join the lodge, but they'll help him create his own lodge.
He wrote the Grand Lodge of England to give him a charter and blah blah blah.
Yeah, so that's how he ended up.
Nas is Nigerian.
Nah.
No, that was always a rumor.
His
in
father
the
had the
90s,
Nigerian name, right? Oludara, but I think that was a name change later on.
he was a name change. Yeah, that was always a rumor, but it wasn't true.
50
Like,
Cent, I think 50 Cent from Queens. He got Jamaican.
Yeah, 50 Cent is Jamaican. I think his mom was Jamaican. Maybe even his father. I'm not sure. I don't know if he knew.
yeah, usually if you're from them areas, like you're from Jamaica, Queens, Flatbush.
Yeah, I'm around DMC.
Most of them guys have Caribbean background.
Run DMC have Caribbean background?
No, I'm saying if you're from Flatbush, Brooklyn, you're from Flatbush, Brooklyn, you're from Jamaica, Queens, because half of the people have Caribbean background.
Yeah, Eastern Parkway, man. These are all Jamaican places.
Yeah, East New York, all them areas, bro. Like it's
Nostrand Avenue. I lived there for years. Church Avenue. I live on Church Avenue.
Yeah, so it's been.
Somebody said 50 Cent parents are from North Carolina. 50 Cent literally talk about his Jamaican grandfather who he lived with. So he had a Jamaican parent. His grandfather was Jamaican. You watch the movie Get Rich or Die Trying? Even he said it. All of his friends are Caribbean.
Yeah, Akinel. Yeah, Akinel's Nigerian. Yeah, Akinyele. The guy that did Put It in Your Mouth. He did like a very raunchy song back in the 90s that was very popular called Put It in Your Mouth.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that.
Yeah,
LL was raised by a Caribbean parent. He was adopted.
Who?
LL Cool J.
Oh, okay.
I think his mom was adopted or something like that by some Caribbeans.
That's crazy, man.
Something like that. Maxwell. I think Maxwell's Haitian. Is like Haitian and Puerto Rican. The singer Maxwell. I think he's Haitian and Puerto Rican, from what I recall.
Man, my favorite R&B singer of all time was Jaheim, man. He fell off, but I like Jaheim.
I want to clear up something M said earlier on, which was a lie. When he said the Haitian attacked the American, that was a lie. Do your research, go on YouTube. The Americans attacked the Haitians over where Haitians was living, and they get their ass cooked. Okay?
Yeah.
The Haitians shot them up really bad. So that was a lie. The Americans went and attacked the Haitians in Zopang in later Haiti, and they get their ass cooked. So
He said
the Haitians came and attacked American. He's lying.
No, they didn't. They didn't. If you're anybody from Miami that grew up in the 80s knows that the Haitians was getting bullied. In fact, I know this because my uncle worked at Miami International Airport. He told me about that story. Well, he's married to my mom's cousin, but you know how we do. He's an in-law, so he's an uncle. He's older than me. But there was bullying Haitians over there back then. And then Zoe Pound came up. Now Zoe Pound, it wasn't. And then if you look at it like right now, like even after the whole war between, I forgot the name of the other gang that was Black American.
The Shaw Posse?
No. There's a Black American gang in South Florida, in Miami, when Zoe Pound had that war. I forgot what they were called. It was like Dooney Boys or something like that. I forgot the name. But after that war was over, Haitians wasn't tripping or anything like that. Like, if you go over there and you're Black American, Haitians, it's not going to be like, you're Black American, get out of here. They're not even like that at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? So,
You know, I'm happy you clearing this up because
Yeah,
a lot
man.
of the lies been coming on here. They're saying Africans been telling them they're not Africans. You know, I live in New York. I live amongst a lot of Africans and stuff in Staten Island, Park Hill. Some places in Staten Island called Park Hill. A lot of Africans live up there and stuff. Because I lived in New York for years. I never once, and I talk Caribbean, I'm baptized American, not once I heard an African said, you are not African. These guys saying that the Africans be saying that. I never heard Africans say that.
yeah, I
I
never heard
never
that.
heard.
I'll put it like this, right? And I'm gonna address some things that is being written right now, so that way these lies can get destroyed. Fabulous is Dominican. You can look it up. Fabulous. So if someone says Fabulous is straight FBA, Fabulous is Dominican. Black Rob was
Wow.
Black Rob, like Black Rob, he was Panamanian. Like, you know what I'm saying? Black Rob was Panamanian. So it's like, you got these people that are just making stuff up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on. Yeah, ASAP Rocky's father from Barbados.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
know, yeah.
Rihanna,
But
of course. We know
now,
she's
in
like,
regards to here, I'm from Houston, right? So I'm born and raised in Houston. I'm a millennial. I'm an older millennial. See, growing up, it was different for
same here.
me. It was different for me, and here's the reason why I say this: because I didn't deal with any bullying from Black Americans at all. I grew up in Southwest Houston. It's a bunch of Nigerians there. It's also a bunch of Black Americans there in Southwest Houston and A-Leaf. And so you got to understand, I never experienced any bullying, or anybody that was Nigerian growing up experienced bullying from Black Americans growing up. We didn't. Now, I'm not saying other people that say they did in other cities, they might have gotten bullied. But here's the thing, you got to think about it from this perspective. Houston is the largest, it has the most Nigerians in the world as far as a city outside of Nigeria and London.
Yep.
So and my dad was literally one of the first Nigerians that moved here, literally back in the mid 70s. He was in Little Rock, Arkansas prior. One of his friends that he grew up with was going to TSU, Texas Southern University. And he hit him up like, hey, I'm in Houston. I'm at TSU. Why don't you transfer over here? And my dad transferred from Arkansas, Little Rock, and transferred to TSU back in like 78, maybe 77. He's 76, 77, somewhere around that time.
But you know Toby Nwigwe, right? He used to be one of my favorite rappers, but
he's from A-Leaf. Like
Yeah,
a lot.
he's from
So is Maxo Cream. Maxo Cream's dad is Nigerian. He's from A-Leaf. And A-Leaf is like, it's like mixed up now. It's like it's like Black, Black of all groups, Black of all backgrounds, Vietnamese and like Latinos. But like it became like a, predominantly Black area, like in the early to mid 90s, so you got to understand, if you're from Southwest Houston, Fort Bend, and you're Black American, you went to high school, you grew up with Nigerians. Anybody that's from Southwest Houston, if you went to, there's about 5 or 6 different high schools where you had a lot of Nigerians because they lived in those neighborhoods, right?
That's Akim Olanjua City, right?
What's up?
Akim Olanjua, the guy.
Yeah, Akim Olajuwon. And Akim Olajuwon came right when Nigerians were coming in decent numbers. Not a lot, but in decent numbers by early 80s. So, and then by early 90s, it was like you saw Nigerians, like everybody knew Nigerians were in Houston by the time you get to like 1990, 91. So what I'm saying is that we didn't deal with no bullying. I didn't deal with no bullying because there was no, maybe because the numbers was equal. You get what I'm saying? But Nigerian kids born and raised in Houston never looked at themselves like we are not Black. Or we're not, and we don't identify, we don't have a camaraderie of Black Americans. It doesn't even exist. You can look up any article.
That's a fact.
Listen, bro, you can literally look up any, if you have any Black American that is a millennial and they went to Elsick High School, Hastings High School in A-Leaf, which is the 2 A-Leaf high schools. If they went to Fort Bend ISD, Fort Bend Austin, if they went to George Bush High School in Fort Bend, if they went to Sharpstown High, if they went to Westbury, these are all the high schools in Southwest Houston where there's a lot of Nigerians. I can guarantee you, they'll tell you, man, I never had no beef with Nigerians. I guarantee you they'll say that. When Mexicans was tripping on the Southwest side, some of the first people knocking Mexicans out was Nigerians. This is the fact. I'm speaking facts. Anybody that I dare, anybody who graduated from Elsick High School Hastings in Houston from 1998 to 2004, because I had cousins that went there. I dare them to say anything different, because I can tell them people names of people they knew. I knew the different cliques that was over there, because my cousins was part of different cliques over there. There was never no division. Now maybe in other places there was that because the numbers is lower. You know what I'm saying? But I never got bullied for being Nigerian or for my parents being Nigerian or nothing like that. Now
I'm glad that this guy came over, man. All the FBA ran away. They all gone.
Bro, there's nobody that from Houston that can say anything. They know I'm not lying. You're not gonna find it. This just doesn't exist.
Yeah, they lied, man. We say Jamaican say we know black. That's a lie. Yo, they guys lie so much.
I've
man.
never heard of Jamaican. I grew up with Jamaicans and Bahamians. Some of my best friends is Bahamians.
They're lying. They're lying. Jamaicans and Caribbean. We said me no black. That's a lie. We never say those things. Matter of fact, my wife have an American friend because they're in the military together. My wife in the military. And she told my wife, was like, yeah, I'm just as the same as you guys. It's the same thing. It's no different. And she said, American said, no, you Jamaican. You not black. And my wife was like, no, I'm black. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm black. And she's like, no,
one of my favorite black actors, man, Blair Underwood. He married to a woman from Trinidad and Tobago. You know Blair Underwood, right?
See, now here's this, right? Somebody said here, now African claim to be even more gangster than black Americans. What I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is the truth. In fact, there's a guy.
Those Houston Nigerians, they body. I know about that.
See, this is the thing. You're not from the city. You're not from Houston. If you're from A-Leave, if you're from Southwest Houston A-Leave, you'll know that Nigerians were not pushovers in Southwest Houston. Nobody was punking Nigerians in Houston. Nobody's doing it. It just doesn't exist. Like it's not that, and it's not like Nigerians are separating themselves from Black Americans in Houston. They're not. They never did. You got to understand, this is the oldest Nigerian community as far as size and numbers in the United States. I'm speaking as someone who now we're like 3 generations in. You know what I'm saying? So like it's to the point now where even here's the thing. This is why these guys are so scared. Just like Tariq messed up with saying that guy that was fighting them Argentinians, he said, man, that's an FBA. That's an FBA. If you come to Houston, you're not even going to know who is Nigerian or not. I can guarantee you that. You're not going to know. You're not going to know. You're waiting, because a lot of these people, they're waiting for an accent to come out. They're waiting for someone to have an accent. People have been here since the 70s, bro. It's not even something that if you grow up in a certain area, you're going to pick up the vernacular of that area.
All right.
And some of these guys, they're so slow. They think that if you are FBA, you're going to FBA lingo and talk.
Well, bro, I'm still going to push back on you, man, because,
go ahead.
Beyonce is the Black American, entertainment queen.
I'll give them that. They just got to stay consistent.
I read the article, right? 1 second, please. I read the article, or just, a little snippet of the headline. And he's saying that it's like it's like Oprah, right? Take Oprah, for example. They tie her lineage back to Liberia, to the, the Pellet people there. But I think that's something kind of similar to what he was saying. Like he can tie his lineage back to the Bahamas, but it's not like he had a direct ancestor that was from there that he knew. So that's what I'm saying. Because I still can't believe she's from the Bahamas.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, you got some people in the comments trolling, but like I said, none of these guys is from Southwest Houston. If you ain't from Southwest Houston, you don't know what you're talking about. That's the area that Nigerians are at: Southwest Houston, A-Leave, and Fort Bend. And
look, let me tell African Americans something, right? And again, it's not a diss to you. You're not more quote unquote gangster than the Africans, and here's why I say that: the Africans going to jail is like an insult to an African person, to an African family. Being in jail it's not something that give you street credit, credit amongst your African parents or your African,
Yep.
relatives.
Yep.
So that's why Africans kind of are tiptoeing about, but when it comes to savagery and just really being, violent, I don't know. I would say maybe it's toe to toe, but no, Africans can be very violent. I come from a country where we saw some of the worst violence. You go to Nigeria, you see some crazy violence. You go to African countries, you see real violence. So in America, Africans are more timid because the connotation of being in prison is bad. Whereas maybe a guy from the hood go to prison and has a stripe on his,
Yeah, but
Hey,
I
hey,
think
so
Everest, I agree with you because why? I have a friend of mine that was arrested for domestic violence. His first time going to prison, right? So when you go to when they took him to prison, they group all of them together, right? They take them to police station, and then in the morning they will start to separate them. So and the other prisoners will ask you why you were arrested for. When you say you were arrested for domestic violence, and some of these guys would come and criticize you. They say, I shot someone, man, so they can be proud of that. I killed. So these are the people that are hero in the prison, right? Someone will say, oh, I took somebody else's life. So they boast of that in prison, right? So the way you say in the African culture, if you tell someone that you went to prison, people don't want to associate with you at all because they think
yeah,
that
because the guys in the comments making a statement that now the
right.
Africans are claiming to be more gangster than the Black American, as if that's something that is something to be proud of. Like the Africans ain't gangster. Look, Africa is. You guys talk about it all the time. You seen what happened in Africa when Africans are in their natural element.
Yeah,
When
You know
they're
what's
in this
crazy? You know
country,
what's crazy? You know what's crazy? If you look up what happened with the Italian mafia, some of y'all might know when Nigerians moved to Italy. See, you're talking about gangster. You want to start getting into slumming and being low tier as far as getting into the underworld stuff. Now, like we can't even. If you're gonna compare who's more grimy in the underworld, like you get what I'm saying? Like you don't really want to go there, bro. Like it's not even
and
worth
that's
it.
not even something we should discuss with any level of
Exactly,
pride.
bro. Yeah, that's not something to be proud of. That's not something to be proud of. To be like,
exactly.
A lot of black people is just naturally aggressive because we are just aggressive people. So it's not like one side and this side. Everybody, you know.
Nigerians turned down the Italian mafia, bro, to where the government had to step in. Like, you know, like the Italian mafia on their own land. Like, come on, dude. Like, if that's something to brag about, like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's not something to brag about if you want to go into bragging about who's more gangster. Like, come on. Like, I could bring up stuff. You can look up what happened. I mean, listen, bro. I don't even want to go there, bro. There are certain things I could go into, bro, and I could have y'all pull up articles, and then y'all be like, "Oh snap!" You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even want to go there with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I just feel like it's beneath us to kind of go into that. Because if I talk about certain situations in Houston, and I tell you to pull up the articles, then you're gonna be like, "Oh snap! I didn't know." Somebody came through and tried a triple body. Nigerian caught a triple homicide outside of a club. Like,
you know who the most surprising African group that are gangster is? The fucking Somalis, bro. Somalis are ruthless.
Yeah, Somalis are the most. I agree. I
live there in Minnesota with the Somalis. Them dudes, they're ruthless. The African Americans are even afraid of the Somalis in North Minneapolis.
I agree.
Man. It's crazy.
The most grimy set of like people from the continent that came to the U.S. is the Somalis. If you go to Minnesota, everybody will let you know. Like, it's like.
And even white people folks running away from them. They are really, really violent. But at the same time, they achieve a lot too. They you can see they dominate in the police force in Minnesota. I see them.
Yeah, and a lot of them are not. They're not anti-Black American either. The ones that's born and raised here are not anti-Black American. If you go to Minnesota, they'll be cool with anybody else, but they do have their own gangs. Yeah, they get busy and they fight each other sometimes too. So it's. But yeah, I mean, it's not something to be like who's more gangster. But like I said, if you're from Southwest Houston, bro, like ain't no way you're gonna say Nigerians was punks if you was in high school with the Mexicans was tripping. You know what I'm saying? When the Mexicans was tripping, when them Southwest Cholos, you know what a Southwest Cholo is? When Southwest Cholo became like a big old clique on the Southwest side, it was a Mexican gang called the Southwest Cholos. They was tripping, and they thought that they was on some blood in, blood out, American me type stuff, and they got turned down. You know what I'm saying? Black Americans didn't run, neither did Nigerians run. They was throwing hands and
one-on-one and knocking them out. This is fact. You know what I'm saying? So Nigerians wasn't running away. If you went to Elsik, Hastings, Westbury, South, Sharpstown High, Fort Bend, Travis, Fort Bend, Bush, Fort Bend, Austin, back in the early 2000s, late 90s, you know I'm telling the truth. You have to be. This is what it is. See, he's saying Southwest was a suburb. Southwest Houston is not the suburbs. It's Southwest Houston. So you're telling me Fondren in Maine, where Trader Truth is be at, is, come on, these people.
Somebody in the comments say the Africans need to be more gangster with the Moroccan people from Morocco and stuff. I guess we're trying to say those sand people, those Algerians and the Arabs.
Those, well, they do that stuff when they do that stuff to those West Africans when they got numbers. Like, this is what it is. Like, they have numbers. They some of them will try that. They're not trying that stuff with them. The Moroccans that live in Paris, right? Are they bullying Senegalese?
No. But
Senegalese in Paris?
they live in the primary experience within Europe. They don't bully. They work with the other African, but yeah, they gangsters in the street. Like they go around and do the same thing that FBAs are doing here.
No, I'm talking about in Paris. In the suburbs of Paris, Moroccans and Algerians, they're not tripping on black West Africans. They living in the same neighborhood. They're intermarried.
Yeah. They do.
They intermarry each other. Like if I meet a Moroccan woman, and they find out that my parents is from West Africa, because they're used to intermarrying, they're gonna be okay with it. Most of them will be okay with it.
Somebody said Africans need to be more gangsters than the Europeans. I think you haven't been watching what's going on in West Africa. I think you haven't been seeing some of these guys. The UN been getting kicked out. The French is getting kicked out. So it have some puppets there, but I got some guys rising up there in Africa, some leaders. So don't make it seem like it's European is running amok in Africa. That's not true.
Yeah, someone says the Danes is a terrible moderator or something wrong with him.
No,
so fucking crazy.
We're doing a lot better now. But one thing. I remember somebody said, I don't know if it was one of y'all or somebody else, but I want to say it was Afrodamus. Afrodamus. I was on a live stream last year with Afrodamus, and he's come on here a couple of times. He said that FBA was going to turn on Godfrey. He said, he said it like last year, and look what happened. Because the thing with the FBA thing is damned if you do, damned if you don't with that particular cult, that particular cult. If you if you don't even have, you could not even have. If you say something that they don't agree with, they will automatically call you a non-immigrant tether. They even did it with O'Shea. O'Shea was called an African and a tether by them because of a video that he had made, and he had to do a whole video addressing them using how he looks as a way to basically, they were playing what do you call it, featureism politics. Brown paper bag text. Your nose is too wide. Your nose is wider than your thumb. You know what I'm saying? Your nose is wider than your thumb. You're not one of us. You're darker than the brown paper bag. You're not one of us. Like, they was doing that stuff with him. They was doing it with Anton Daniels. They was accusing Anton Daniels of being Nigerian. Some people were saying he was Haitian. Anton Daniels had to do a whole video. He had to do a whole video where he pulled up his own record of his family, that they've been here for generations and they were not recent immigrants. Yet they didn't believe him because they disagreed, because Anton Daniels is one of those coons, right? And here's the thing, right? Whenever somebody is cooning, they don't want to call that person FBA. If you ever notice the consistency, if someone does something bad, they don't even call them FBA. See, when you have a true ethnic group or an ethnic group, you take the good with the bad. You get what I'm saying? You take the good with the bad. You can't knock it away. If an FBA man kills his family, like what happened in Louisiana, where he killed all his kids, right? or that former lieutenant governor of Virginia, how he killed himself and his wife. They will never call those guys FBA because that's not a positive representation of FBA. So they'll never do a lesson and say, this FBA brother killed all his kids. They'll never do that.
Yeah. I wanna say too, shout out to O'Shea, man. I watch a lot of videos, I laugh and smile, but one mistake I think O'Shea make was he said, because I listen to a lot of O'Shea, right? He said that Kevin Samuel told him, forget being a doctor. Come on to YouTube, you got a lot of money. O'Shea, I think you should have finished and be a doctor. You should have finished, become a doctor, get your degree, get your stuff, become a doctor, and then do YouTube.
But what do you think? You think, I mean, when you fail to go through medical school, I know friends that are going to go through medical school, you fail. So this was his only option. So
yeah, he was
I think the money got too good. I mean, what it was is that it's kind of like,
and this is not sustainable, you know.
No. Here's the thing. O'Shea been doing this for years, bro. Like O'Shea was doing this. I remember when like O'Shea got old videos when he was in his car in Sacramento doing YouTube before he moved to Poland and went to medical school. While he was in medical school in Poland, he started the Negro Manosphere. He actually started the Negro Manosphere, the website and everything. A lot of these guys that are like in this black sphere, or even some of these FBA grifters, were part of that. They came up out of that Negro Manosphere. Kevin Samuels came out of the Negro Manosphere.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
O'Shea is the one who made Kevin Samuels more popular when he had like under 5,000 subscribers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that Babaliko is saying why he did not finish. I say medical school is not. Some people fail on it, and this is the only option that he had. But I don't think if he had a medical degree, I don't think if he had a medical degree, we choose to take YouTube to be a career. I don't know.
I'll put it like this: he was in Poland because I remember I was on YouTube.
Yeah,
during that time.
We know that.
And he either he finished or he didn't finish medical school. I'm gonna tell you this: he's making a lot of money. Like O'Shea's been making a lot of money in this YouTube thing for a long time, and he's definitely making more money than he's had. He's making a lot of money. He has multiple channels, and they do pretty well. You know what I'm saying? So he's definitely making a lot of money. Like I can guarantee, I don't want to say what I think he's making a month, but it's a lot of money.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at the material aspect of it, but I'm looking at, we are seeing that, in a lot of YouTubers, making that physical cash. But sometimes, using this as a career, that's a risky part of it. That's what I think. We may have different perspective for this.
Yeah.
But that's what I think,
Yeah.
By even being out there, social media, people knowing about you and all of that, in your business. That's not, to me, it's not a decent way of me making money.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, right. It's just like, put it like this: he's living in Africa where his money's even going way further, and I can guarantee you, O'Shea he's making 5 figures. I'm gonna just put it like that, a month, easy. Because if you know how YouTube views work and how much views he's getting a month, you do the math on all his channels on how many views he's getting a month. He's making 5 figures, and he's living in Africa. Like he's not gonna leave and come back to the U.S.
Oh yeah.
So because you have to come back practice. You got to remember, if you go to medical school overseas, you got to take the medical board exam. You can't just go straight to a residency. There's like a lot more.
You have to take a test.
You have to take a test that if you came from a U.S. medical school, because 2 of my siblings are doctors. They don't have, they just go through the residency after they finish. When you come from an overseas medical school, you got to go the extra step and take this hard exam, pass that. Then you got to find placement for a residency, and it's harder to get placed as a resident somewhere. So he might have to end up in some small town outside of Boise, Idaho for his residency.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it gets crazy. You know what I
And
mean?
I know some other African that went to medical school in the Caribbean too, especially in Jamaica.
Yeah,
So they have to come here and take a test, you know.
yeah.
But
It's a lot
in
more
most
regular.
cases, when they fail to enter medical school in America, then they use the other option to go overseas. You know, a lot of people do that too.
10K a month is good money, man. Somebody said Ocean making probably 10K or less. That's good money. 10K
No,
a
he's
month.
making over 10K. Definitely. O'Shea got multiple channels. So people understand
But
he got multiple channels
if
and
he's
he's getting
making
views.
10K, that's not a lot of money based on the noise and all these. You
For you,
know,
It's
10K,
over
that's not that much
10,000.
money.
CD
It's
for
over
you,
10,000. I'm
that's
telling you.
money for Uganda. That's a lot of money. He can do a lot of stuff in Uganda with that money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know. It's a good, but when I'm looking at giving your if you were prospective, if he had a hope of being a medical doctor, right? If he really went through medical school, a medical doctor in places like LA, they will make more money than that, definitely. Because if you go to medical school in Europe, you're not accumulating any student loan. All you need to do is to come back and take that test to pass. So you don't have no student loan. So
Mhm.
medical doctor in LA could make more than that, and without no noise,
But you
right?
got to factor in he's getting taxed too. Like I'm pretty sure he's
Yeah,
paying some kind of a tax as an expat when he files his taxes because he's making USD, and he's of course his channel is going to be monetized in USD. So he's paying some kind of like a tax that he's paying while he's over there. But you know he's doing very well. Like trust me, O'Shea's been making a lot of money for a long time because even back 5 years ago, the way YouTube was paying was even better. So he was probably making, you know, around the same amount of money with less views, like 4 or 5 years ago. So he's not coming back anytime soon. He's not. He's just not. They'd have to kick him out of them countries. Like they'd have to kick him off the continent. Because if he gets kicked out of Uganda, he'll just go to Kenya. If they kick him out of Kenya, he'll just go to Rwanda.
Oh no, I
They
don't
kick
think
him
they're
out of
gonna
Rwanda.
kick you. I don't think they're gonna kick him out. I don't
You
think
know what I'm
so.
saying? So it is. Yeah, he's not leaving anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think
Now,
so.
somebody made a comment here saying, I don't know any African that looks like us. A Nigerian told me I'm African because of the shape of my nose. Uh, you know, it's funny because, you know, when we were growing up, you would have people that wouldn't believe, oh, I didn't know that your people from Nigeria. Oh man, I just thought you was Black American the whole time. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't even want to see because of the way it is now. I can't even show pictures of my family. Can't pull up no information. You know what I'm saying? If I did that, then these guys. Have you ever seen? Okay, so all these actors y'all are seeing. Y'all seeing Damson Idris, and y'all knew automatically Damson Idris was African. When y'all saw Idris Elba when he was on The Wire, all them years, y'all knew he was from Africa. Y'all just knew. Come on, man. Y'all need to stop.
Someone said, you can search it. It is at its best 10K a month. That's why he said, someone said that which is making. But if it is 10K,
Bro, the YouTube. Why do you think? Listen, these guys. Think about this, right? Some of these people are full-time YouTubers. They're making a lot of money. Tariq is making a lot of money. His channel is still monetized. He's making a lot of money posting all these videos every day.
and there's a lot of work too, though. He putting a lot of time in there too.
Yeah, it puts
Yeah.
a lot of time into it. Yeah, so these people are making money. Like they're not making money. Like now, if you're talking about some guys that are getting 5,000 every video, yeah, but you seeing people that are getting 30. They're getting millions of views every month, and like what the views per dollar is and type stuff. Like it gets up there, and then you got to remember some people getting donations. You know what I'm saying? They're getting donations. They're getting PayPal. They're getting Venmos. They're selling merchandise. Some people got merchandise that they sell too. So yeah, I mean, that's what some people have YouTube as a full-time career.
These are people
So
like actual speed making real good money. That kid is the one that really doing it big time.
yeah,
Actual speed.
yeah. I show speed. Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
biggest. I mean, he's the biggest. He's
Yeah.
he's making so much money. He don't even know what to do with it.
Right.
Kai Cenat making so much money. He don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, but ISO speed is smart. You
Yeah,
see,
he's smart.
He visit Africa. He visit the Caribbean. He know what he doing. He not like these
Yeah.
dummies out there.
And it's only without a no noise, or he's really doing it fine.
Yeah.
He's,
And then,
he's
and then
people
you see
love him.
and then you
Oh, and
see
by the way, ISO Speed is part Caribbean too.
Wow.
he is
Yeah,
from where?
Wow.
I think it's Jamaican. You can. There's a conversation he was having with his dad, and he was like, well, he talked about his Jamaican side. I think through his mom or something. Oh, by the way, Floyd Mayweather, he's part Jamaican too. His grandmother's Jamaican.
Oh, wow. Nah, I give up. Guys, good night, man. I give up. We got to give all the respect to the Caribbean. Babaliko, you guys are the men, man. You're big America. I was in the Caribbean, even big America than the
Hey, listen. Hey, FBA gonna be mad, man.
That's why they all run away. They all gone.
Hey, remember, it was your boy Poop Shiesty. He had this song called FDO, First Day Out. You know what I'm saying? FBA, First Day Out, man. Hey, these guys saying we're lying. That's what I like. See, the thing about it is, the things I say you can go and verify, bro. Like,
yep.
His grandmother.
Nah, right.
You can actually pull up. There's a video. You can pull up the short. It's probably a short where Floyd Mayweather said, "Yeah, my grandmother's from Jamaica." He literally says it because because somebody was talking to was from Jamaica, and he let the person know, "Oh, my grandmother's from Jamaica."
Yeah, you killed the FBA tonight. And in the other, I mean, the first black Secretary of State is the late Colin Powell, right? He's Jamaican. That alone,
Yeah.
you got to put some respect on the Caribbean name, bro. FBA. For the African, we cool.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to even go further back, Paul Robeson. Paul Robeson was the Renaissance man of the early 20th century. You can look him up. Paul Robeson.
Wow.
His dad is Igbo.
Whoa.
Yeah, he was one of his grandfather was one of the last slave taken, and it was documented that his dad was Igbo. His dad was freed was freed. So he's a son of a freed slave, Paul Robeson. Robeson spelled Robeson. He was the most talented man in America. 2-time All-American, played in the NFL back in the 1920s. He played in the NFL back in the 1920s. He could play instruments. He could sing. He was like in the all kind of stuff. This dude could do 4 or 5 different. He had like major talent. Paul Robeson.
This other guy can't even spell America. He talk about immigrant living in America.
Yeah, it's about gilded summer body. She said,
and you know what's great about today information age? Y'all can look this up. Paul Robeson, man. Paul Robeson, even during the time of the independence struggles, was going back and forth to Africa. This is back in the 1950s. He was friends with Nnamdi Azikiwe. Who was the first president of Ghana? He was also friends with him when they were doing their independence movement. They accused him of being a communist, and that's how he got ran out of the United States.
They say O'Shea not attractive, man. Y'all stop dissing O'Shea. That's why he in Africa, okay?
He got money. He got access to all the women
right now. He get all the baddies in Africa, okay?
Right. If you were probably here, you'll still be struggling to get beautiful women, right?
No, if O'Shea had become a doctor, he would have get any woman here. He walk around with that white robe. Trust me, he would have get some of them more. He would have get some of them bodies in the hospital, man. They don't care.
Yeah. You're a doctor. You're handsome automatically.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, money and status makes a woman like you. Plus, on top of that, women are different, man. They don't have the same attraction triggers as us. We like a good-looking woman. We like a soft woman. Women really, if you really look at it, naturally beautiful women don't care as much about a man's looks. The naturally beautiful woman, the girls that was called pretty from when they was young, and they were the it girl in their high school. They was a popular girl in their high school, in college. A lot of them chicks, if you look at who they married to guys that are average looking. because they don't need beauty. They already got it. So they're looking for something different. They're looking for something to it's like they're looking for a complementary piece. So they don't look for a handsome man. The men are not the fairest sex, women are. They're the ones supposed to be the beauty objects. In the West, it's been flipped around where men are. That's why you see over here in the United States, the black man is expected to have a 6-pack, but the black woman could be overweight.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
And it's a shame because I will be watching Pop the Balloon, man. And some of these guys be engineers, big time. And they be, oh, you too short, I pop your balloon. You're like, what the hell? Like,
and he's 6'1". He's 6'1", but he's too short.
But Babaliko, I'm going to Kenya this week. Anytime I travel to Africa, right? When I come back in this country, it will take me 6 months before I start looking at women. I'm telling you, and it will be so disrespectful to see some of those attractive, achieved men working with some of those chubby women. You're like, oh my God, what is that doing with this one? Go to Africa, man. Oh my God.
Well, the average woman in Africa is of proper weight. That's the difference. I mean,
and they don't even work out.
They don't work up, bro. There's some women and there's some girl. There's some females in Africa, and you look at them, you're like, dang, if she even worked out, it'd be over.
Some are saying you're an old man in the comments. Tell how you be doing it in Africa, man. Tell old man get all the women in Africa, man.
Don't mind him, man.
Hey, you know what they'll do if you show them a beautiful woman from Africa, they're gonna say she's trying to be FBA. She's trying to be FBA. I'm telling you, man.
Maybe I will see Dennis in this place here in Nairobi. We'll take picture together. You'll know what I'm woman or not,
Yeah.
But I love Africa, man. It's a place to visit. You have, as a man, you have all the respect. I'm not
somebody put in the comments, women care about looks 100% to varying degrees in the private chat. They don't. They just don't care as much. Like they care, but they don't care. And if you look at the ones that care more, they're usually not as good looking. Because women that are pretty, that get a lot of attention, they're looking for status, money, personality, sometimes a sense of style. Because most, women only find 5% of men physically attractive. Like it's rare for a woman to look at a guy and be like, oh my gosh, he's attractive. A lot of times they're figuring it out based on the environment that they're in. Like, his charisma, or who knows him, or what he does for a living. There's so many tools that men can use to attract women. Looks is just one of the tools, but it's not even a primary tool. Because I mean, I'm gonna give you an example. I mean, Usher's under 6 feet. These women ain't complaining. They ain't complaining about Usher's height. They wasn't complaining about Lil Wayne's height. Look at NBA Youngboy. NBA Youngboy like 5'8", 5'9" with a bird chest. Those women will skip over. Those women will skip over a 6'4", 240-pound man like me.
You need
and get with NBA Youngboy because he got status, money, and clout. He ain't better looking than me.
All right, man, brother. Good night, man. I'm falling asleep now. All right. Good night, man.
All right. Good night. I'm out.